Yo, what's up, everybody? Anybody tuning in? Hope everybody's doing alright. Give me a few seconds here to get my link set up and shared across the board, so that way I can share this link to everywhere else that I need to. You know the deal. We'll get going here in I need 5 minutes. I'm not looking at StreamYard right now, so if anybody's in there, give me a second. I am just posting the link to all my socials. Trying to get people in here. If it's gonna take me a minute. Just give me a second to get this going here, and we'll jump into the interview. I haven't watched it yet, so I don't know what to expect. I can say that Colonel MacGregor has been very critical of the actions that we're taking and the long-term ramifications of what this war is doing to our relationships with the Gulf nations. We're already pulling missile defenses from South Korea. They are absolutely furious. I believe they're our number one trade partner other than Mexico, or they're in the top 5 at least. It's not good, man. A lot of our allies feel like they're getting slighted. A lot of our allies feel like feel like that we're putting Israel first. Can't say that they're wrong, Can't say that they're wrong. I don't know. It's very disheartening right now. To see how many people are brainwashed by this MAGA cult, and like Trump is some kind of savior for our country. You know, Trump might have been Trump might have been our last chance. That's a fact. You know, Trump may have very well been our last chance for to regain sovereignty in this country. And it feels like that's gone down the drain at this point. I don't know. I don't know how else to say it. Like, does this feel like a war for American interests? Did Iran pose an imminent threat to the United States? No, they didn't. They posed a threat to Israel. And I'm sorry if you disagree with the viewpoint that is not our problem. That's not our problem. Israel has made its own bed, and they should have to lie in it. And we should not be sending our sons and our daughters, our friends and our children off to the Middle East to die for another nation's interests. And you could disagree with me all you want. You can call me whatever kind of names you want. It's not going to change my position. And all of these politicians, like Lindsey Graham, they need to be called out. And we need to make our voices heard. We need to do something. Something needs to be done. Because you know where something is going to be done? At the ballot box. And you know what's going to be the end result? People that voted for Donald Trump that don't agree with what's going on over there are not going to turn out to vote. And the MAGA cultists can disagree all they want. that's fine. You are entitled to your opinions. But I promise you, what's going to happen is it is going to be an absolute slaughter at the ballot box. It's going to be an absolute slaughter at the ballot box. And until we have some candidates that put America first, I don't see anybody on the right side voting at this point. For what? Doesn't matter who we put in office, it would have been the same thing. And I'm pretty sure J.D. Vance's chances of getting elected have gone down the drain completely now. Because he is tied to this. So, actually, you know what? The first clip I'm going to play for you is from Clint on Liberty Lockdown. And he opened up with Nick Fuentes.
So, you're a YouTuber. You spend days scripting, weeks filming and editing. You finally upload, and then 53 views. Not because your content...
It's insane. And people are going, oh, he's a patriot. Yeah, he's a patriot for Israel. He's a patriot for the Antichrist. He's a patriot for the New World Order. We need to go to war. It is time to name and shame the shills. Name and shame every shill. If you are not with your whole being right now against the war in Iran, fuck you. And you need to be called out. Otherwise, don't call yourself right-wing. Don't call yourself America first. Don't call yourself a Trump supporter.
Welcome back to the non-interventionist camp, Nick Fuentes. Yep. Oh, how I've missed you.
Yep.
I don't know why you and I parted ways when it came to the 100%. Venezuela thing, but man, that's the type of rant we need right now.
People need to be called out. American sons and daughters are killing children and civilians and enemy combatants, and also being killed by them for the sake of a foreign country's agenda. As long as that is happening, we are not free. We are not sovereign. We are not independent. We are not America. So don't call yourself a patriot. Don't call yourself American. Don't call yourself America first if you are not opposing this with every cell in your body. Otherwise, you are a liar and a hypocrite.
That's exactly what I've been doing over the past year, really. Longer than that, but really loudly for the past year. It's so obvious, so insanely obvious that people are on the payroll.
All right, so I'm going to jump into...
In a moment, we're going to speak to former Colonel Douglas MacGregor about what is happening around the world in the wake of the war in Iran that began a little over a week ago. And so much is happening, and it's not exactly clear how it's all connected. All of a sudden, you read that Israel is occupying parts of southern Lebanon, killed a priest last night. Really? What is that? Is that true? You read that there are power outages in Bangladesh. Bangladesh? Yes. Asia is suffering. The world is suffering due to the choke point of Hormuz, the Straits of Hormuz, that are closed or semi-closed by Iran and have been since this began, and that's caused...
Just an update on the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has mined the Strait of Hormuz, and Iran has also promised safe passage to any country that throws out their U.S. ambassador. Yeah, it's getting ugly, man. This is gonna end with somebody dropping a nuke on Iran, because Iran is not going to quit, and they have the ammunition to back it up. and we are already pulling resources from Ukraine and South Korea, because we've been giving away all our shit for the last 2 years. So, of course, we're going to need to get some of it back. But how much do you think we can get back? Enough to fight another week or two? They don't have that much. This is getting very bad. Israel is on a media blackout. They don't want the public to know how successful the strikes have been. Tel Aviv is not looking good right now. And all you hear on the news is Iran's missile attacks have stopped by this much. They don't need them. They don't need the missiles. The drones are doing enough damage. They have enough missiles in their inventory to keep this war going on as long as possible. And you know what? It's usually in the U.S. interest to keep a war protracted and going on. Not this time. Not this time. Because we were ill-prepared. And let's let Tucker and Douglas MacGregor talk about it.
Causing massive downstream effects in markets, in manufacturing, in the global economy. How long is that going to last? What's the end game there? And then, of course, the war itself, which is playing out in Iran and Israel and throughout the Arab world, really, primarily in the Gulf states, but not just the Gulf states. What's the damage? Well, the truth is, in a lot of cases, we don't really know, because the censorship of this war on social media, and of course, the big mainstream outlets are censored, always have been. But the promise of social media was you could get unmediated information. You could get videos live from the scene. And now suddenly you can't. That lasted about 24 hours before the clampdown. And in part, that was by governments of the Gulf states. They don't want physical destruction of their countries broadcast to the world. The government of Israel has clamped down completely. They don't want videos of Tel Aviv or Haifa burning. You can, in fact, in some of these countries, go to jail for posting that stuff online. But it's not just the governments of those countries that are imposing censorship. It's the social media companies here that are imposing censorship on the American people who are paying for all of this. So they can't know. And then there does seem to be a kind of censorship practiced by the U.S. government around casualties and deaths. How many people have died so far in this conflict? How many have been injured? Where and under what circumstances? Now, these are sensitive questions in any conflict. And of course, you don't in any way want to degrade the effectiveness of the U.S. military. You don't want to dispirit the troops whom we are rooting for sincerely, always and everywhere, rooting for Americans in whatever theater, in whatever war. It wasn't of their choosing. In some cases, they are just the people who suffer first and most due to the decisions of politicians. So we're always on their side, and you don't want to make things worse for them. On the other hand, Americans do have, on a fundamental level, a right to know the effects of this war on their countrymen. If Americans are killed, we have a right to know that. And yet there's some indication that we really don't. So as you try to figure out what's going on, keep in mind you can't really get the full picture because the clampdown on information. And so in the conversation that we're about to have, we're going to go through what we think we know. In some cases, we might be wrong. Just want to be honest about that up front. Very hard to know what the truth is at this stage, really at any stage, but particularly in the face of this kind of censorship. But we're going to try to be as honest as we possibly can and provide as much information as we possibly can, given the limitations, because this war matters. Maybe.
And just so everybody knows, the death toll officially is at 7. There are reports coming out of our airbase in Germany that they are transporting blood in on an emergency basis. There is no way that the U.S. death toll is only at 7. The administration is lying to us because they know that this is a PR nightmare. We're looking anywhere between 150 on the low side to some estimates bringing it up to 1,000 troops that have been wounded, injured, or killed so far. So everything that we're seeing on the mainstream media is a fucking lie.
Be more than most wars. This war hasn't been settled. Clearly, there are parties who would like to settle it, but no one person is in charge of whether it gets settled. Israel is a partner in this war, probably the first war the United States has ever fought with a true partner with decision-making authority. It's very different from going into Afghanistan with a NATO coalition. Norway didn't have veto power over anything, but Israel does. And so it's complex, very complex, and the Iranians have their own, of course, completely different agenda. So it may not be settled anytime soon. We're praying that it is. But more fundamentally, this is a different kind of war. So over the course of our lifetimes, most wars the United States has fought, all of them really on some level wars of choice. The U.S. hasn't been invaded really since 1812. So all of these are wars that the U.S. government decided to become involved in or start. And pretty much all of them were initiated on the same pretext, which is we are preserving the order of the world, the international order, the rules-based order, whatever you want to call it. We're preserving the way things are. And this country we're going to war with violated the rules. Therefore, we're going to war to restore the rules. That is not what we're watching now. There's some evidence that the president of the United States, Donald Trump, thought that's what this was about. Iran wants to get nukes. They can't have nukes. We can't have more nuclear proliferation. You can't have rogue states with nuclear weapons. Weapons of mass destruction are bad. Got it. We've heard that before. Of course, the effect of this will be to radically accelerate proliferation around the world, because what's the lesson of what we're doing right now? You better have nukes or else you're going to get regime changed. No one's trying to regime change North Korea because they have nukes. So the incentive for every small but reasonably wealthy country as of right now is get nukes as quickly as you can, because you're going to get regime changed if you don't, potentially. And if you're a bystander to a war and happen to get caught up in it, like the Gulf states are right now, no one is going to protect you. These security guarantees, formal and informal, are not real. Downtown Dubai can still get destroyed and your economy destroyed for a generation because who's going to stop it? You're on your own. So countries that feel they're sincerely on their own have every incentive to have the most effective deterrence possible, and that would, at this point, be nuclear weapons. So you're going to see a lot more nuclear-armed states in the next few years, without question. So if the point of this was to preserve the status quo on nukes, it had the opposite effect. But the point of this was not to preserve the status quo at all. It was to overturn the status quo, to usher in a new age. That's the point of this war. This is a pivot in history, and a lot of the people supporting it know that. Now, they're really in two groups. One are people motivated by religious impulse. That would include some Israelis, some religious Jews, not all, but some. And that would include some Christians.
So Trump said in his press conference today that based on the negotiations that were going on between Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, Pete Hegseth, and Marco Rubio, it was his decision to go in and attack Iran first. Jared Kushner, Zionist. Pete Hegseth, Christian Zionist, openly talks about building the Third Temple. Steve Witkoff, Jewish Zionist. Marco Rubio, put in power by the Adelsons' campaign funding, kept in power by the Adelsons' campaign funding, and is a Zionist. So the 4 people that were negotiating with Iran are all Zionists. So what do you think you're going to get when you have 4 Zionists negotiating with Iran? You're going to get the Zionist point of view. Trump, whether willingly or unwillingly, is surrounded by ultra-Zionists. And that is what is guiding the decision-making going into this conflict with Iran. Not only is the religious point of view misguided, but the intelligence is misguided. The thought that the Iranian people were going to rise up was misguided. It seems like everything that we thought about going into this conflict was wrong. And I wonder if that was intentional.
Christian Zionists. And both groups believe that they're helping to accelerate the end of history. Armageddon, the end of time, the return of the Messiah, however you want to describe it. But both groups believe that history is linear. It began in one place and arrives at another with the return of God to earth. And then history ends, and we are redeemed or damned, depending. So that's the basic idea. And both of these groups seem under the impression that they can force God's hand, that they can bring this about through an act of will or violence, which is to say both groups believe on some level that they are God, which they are not. They're not in charge of history. You can't force God's hand. He's in charge. You are not. But both groups have lost sight of that. So that's their motive. And then there are secular boosters of the war, promoters of the war, planners of the war. And their vision, while not strictly speaking religious, is not really so different. They would like to usher in rule by technology, whether that's mass surveillance.
And just something else to point out. When you have Jewish, ethnic Jews, but are devout atheists, like Bill Maher and Sam Harris, coming out in full support of this war, it kind of makes you wonder, right? Well, if you're steadfast atheists, why are you in support of Israel's war? It doesn't really make too much sense.
Surveillance, whether it's transhumanism, the merging of man and machine, but the rule of the earth by technology. And there are a lot of people who want this, and a lot of people who think it's inevitable. And this is the moment where that age of history begins with this war. So again, this is not a war that is confined to the region. This is not a war between the United States and Israel and Iran. This is not a war designed to prevent a rogue state from getting nukes. It was never that. This is a war designed to usher in a new age of man, a new period in history, a new world. And so wars like that are fundamentally theological in nature. That's theology, whether it's secular or religious, it's still theology. These are articles of faith. This is an eschatology. And wars like that aren't resolved quickly, because we're talking not just about disarming a madman. We're talking about changing the nature of life on this planet forever. So big stakes in the minds of the people pushing this, and that means this is going to go on for a while, declared or not. And as it does, how do we respond? Well, we pray. Number one, the most effective thing you can do is to say prayers for peace. Number one most effective thing you can do.
Guys, do me a favor. I got 35 of you in here. and I know that's a very small number, but if you could like the video and subscribe and help me get out there and help another America First voice with some kind of common sense get his voice out there, I would appreciate it, man. It would mean a lot to me.
But two, keep an eye on the effect of this war on us here in the United States. We're prosecuting this war. We're the main combatant here. We're spending the most money, dropping the most bombs. And how do we do that? So the key, really, whether you think this is insane, as a lot of people do, probably the majority of the country believes that, or you think it's necessary, some people do believe that, Fox News viewers believe that, Democratic leaders believe that in the House and Senate. But no matter what side you're on, the United States needs to behave with honor. Now, why is that? Because that's the whole point of being the United States. You can't have wars in a democratic republic or in a country where the people supposedly rule, where their consent is necessary, whether it is or not. That's what we tell ourselves. You can't have wars unless you believe that you are, on the deepest level, better than the people you're fighting. We're not savages. They are. Therefore, we get to kill them. And we've always told ourselves that, and in some cases it has been absolutely true. Whether we can kill them or not is another question. It's a moral question, but as a sort of matter of civic engagement, the population has to believe they're better than the people they're fighting, or else you can't have the war. And you're really sort of flirting with revolution at that point, and we don't want that. So in order to believe you're better than your opponent, you have to be. You have to behave with honor. And so, for example, if innocents are killed, girls at a school, to name a current example, you have to believe that it was accidental, and you have to say out loud that was wrong.
Trending on X right now, claims of Israeli white phosphorus being used in South Lebanon, sparking accusations. I'm going to say this much because I haven't dove into this yet. I'm going to do so while the video's playing. I mean, those claims are pretty bold claims and pretty easy to debunk. So I'm just going to go off the gut feeling that if those claims are being made, there's probably some truth to them. Could be wrong, could be right, I don't know. We'll dive into it after.
And in this specific case, the bombing of a girls' school next to an Iranian naval base that was apparently the school of choice for officers at the naval base. These were the children, the daughters of the people we're fighting. You have to believe that was accidental. Despite the fact it was hit twice, 40 minutes apart, looks very much like a double tap, which is to say a bombing and then an attack on the people coming to rescue the injured. That's what it looks like. But as an American, you have to believe this was a tragic mistake. But we have to verify that. We have to know for certain that it was in order to keep our honor.
Apparently you can go from 0 to a complete site in just a single prompt with Wix Harmony. I don't know if this is going to be possible.
Sorry, I'm a cheap
Vibe
fuck.
coding meets
I don't
drag
make a
and
lot
drop
of money.
freedom.
I don't pay for
we'll see
YouTube
about
Premium.
that. All right, let me try to make...
Because if you wake up one morning and you're living in the kind of country that thinks it's okay to kill not simply military officers, but their daughters, that country's not worth fighting for. Now, speaking for myself, I am assuming that was a tragic mistake. But it's important to get to the bottom of it. How did this happen? Were these autonomous weapons that made the decision? Was there an AI program that targeted this school, that thought it was something else, or thought it was within bounds, and targeted it, bombed it, and then bombed it again 40 minutes later? If that's the case, no more autonomous weapons for us. Should we really be making life or death decisions with a machine, with no human interaction, no human sign-off on that? Of course not. That's grotesque. To hand the power of life and death over to a machine, that's just transparently insane. Of course, you would never do that if you were a civilized country. And we can't do that. Did we do that? We need to find out, and if we did, we can't do that again. And we have to apologize for it. You can't kill the children of your enemies. In fact, you can't kill innocents, period, because we're the West, and we believe that people are responsible for the sins they commit, not for the sins their relatives committed, or their ancestors, or their future descendants, or people who look like them. We don't believe that because we believe in the individual soul. Each person individually accountable to God and to the U.S. military for the things he does right and wrong, period.
I'm really starting to believe that these people either don't have souls or have sold their souls. I think Netanyahu is a fucking homicidal maniac. I think the dude is out of his mind. I truly do. And I think he needs to be stopped. You want to call me an Iranian sycophant for that? Or a Muslim sympathizer? Whatever. I don't really give a shit. I care about the effects that it's bringing to our country. The fact that we're sending our friends, our children, our sons and daughters to the Middle East to die for a conflict that has nothing to do with us. And all you MAGA fucking all you guys, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Because this is not what we put him in office for. This is not why Trump got elected. We elected him for the exact opposite reason, and he sold us out.
Collective punishment is the opposite of what we believe. That's what Israel believes. And that's why, on a basic level, Israel does not have a Western outlook. Because the Israeli government believes it is okay to kill people on the basis of their bloodline. They are Amalek, as the prime minister often says, again and again and again. This is Amalek. Kill not just the perpetrator, but his wife, his children, their children, his pets. This is a theological concept that Christians and the West reject as grotesque and evil. We cannot participate in that, ever, because the moment we do, we are not better than the people we're fighting at all, and we can't have that. It's a stain on all of us. So we need to find out what happened there. And the second thing we need to do is make certain that the diplomatic efforts the United States made to get to a political agreement before the war were legitimate, that they weren't a ruse designed to distract and trap the Iranians. Why? Because an honorable nation does not engage in that kind of deceit and trickery. An honorable nation states its objectives out loud, attempts in good faith a political nonviolent solution, and then if that fails, resorts to force. That's the American tradition. That's the Western tradition. That's not the Eastern tradition, but it's our.
Well, when you have the negotiations being led by Fort devout Zionists, I don't think that the needs and the wants and the benefits or things that are beneficial to the American people are going to be the first priority in those negotiations. More likely, the deals that Kushner has with Israel and property deals and building the third temple and destroying the Dome of the Rock, and those are probably the things at the top of the list. Not what's going to make my life or your life or the average family that's got kids and is trying to keep a roof over their head. It's not going to make their lives better.
Tradition, and we have to uphold it. And as of right now, we have to believe that's what we did, and that it just didn't work, couldn't come to terms. And so President Trump was effectively forced by the Israeli government into this decision to go to war. But if it ever emerges that our diplomatic efforts with Iran, both in February of this year and in June of last year, were fake, and they were designed to lull the Iranians into a false sense of security so we could launch a sneak attack on them, how is that better than Pearl Harbor? How is that better than any dishonorable sneak attack in history? Of course, it's not. It's low. It's beneath the United States. It's beneath us as American citizens. And anyone who participated in that needs to be punished for it right away. And as a practical matter, it makes diplomacy of all kinds impossible. How do we settle the conflict between the United States and Russia using Ukraine, poor Ukraine, as a proxy? We fight the war, Ukrainians die. How do we settle that conflict?
By the way, Trump was on the phone with Putin for over an hour today. Not discussing the war in Ukraine, but discussing oil and how he can do damage control from keeping the prices of oil going through the roof. There are reports that Saudi Aramco is on fire. We have attacked Iranian oil fields. If you think that this war is de-escalating, it's not. We're attacking desalination plants to essentially cut off a population from fresh water. These are not de-escalatory tactics. These are all escalating.
By the way, a lot of us wish it had been settled before launching a war on Iran, because now the Russians are, of course, targeting information to the Iranians. Why wouldn't they? We've done the same with the Ukrainians for the last 4 years. That should have been settled. But it's going to be hard to settle it now because the message to the rest of the world is American diplomacy is fake. It's not real. You send negotiators in, they distract us, and then you prepare a sneak attack on us. Now, we don't know that's what happened. There's no proof that's what happened, but we need to find out what exactly did happen, because you can't behave that way. It's a disservice to American citizens if you behave.
Making how-to videos used to take me hours. I'd record, mess up, start over, and edit
that way. And it makes our future much, much tougher. Much, much tougher. Spring is the most refreshing time of year. Nothing compliments it better than Black Rifle coffee. They appear to be pricing in a shorter war of the belief that the president of the United States will find what they're calling an off-ramp and that things will cool down quickly. Is that a good bet, do you think? What's likely to happen, do you believe?
Well, I think that's a call that we can't make at this point. I think it's going to be very difficult for the president to retreat from some of the more strident remarks that he's made, not the least of which is his recent demand for unconditional surrender. And we have to remember that from the standpoint of Iran and everyone in the region looking at this, he's demanding unconditional surrender to Israel and Israel's demands. So I don't think that's likely to happen. And I don't know how he gets out of that particular box. You have to add to that lots of what I would call toxic, inflammatory rhetoric about chopping the heads off of babies, which Iranians have not done and have nothing to do with. And I think some statements about deliberately killing children, insisting that the children at the school that was bombed in Iran were deliberately killed by Iran. There's no evidence for that. And that's the sort of thing that if you're looking for an off-ramp, that's not how you find one.
So
it has come to light because there is video of the attack on the school in Iran, that it was a Tomahawk missile that struck the school, and that is conclusive. And the Israelis do not even have Tomahawk missiles. That is a U.S. weapon platform that the Israelis do not have. So it was us that shot that school, not the Iranians, and not Israel.
I just in the intro said that I don't think there's ever been a war led by the United States in which we've had a partner with decision-making authority, as Israel obviously has. Have we ever done this?
No, I think the British had considerable influence over us during the Second World War. Right. Not because we liked it, we didn't. We had Britain as a staging base. The island offshore was invaluable to us, or we couldn't have landed on the continent. I would say something else about your introduction. By the way, after I heard that, if I were a drinking man, I would have had a stiff shot of single malt scotch, because it's a very sobering introduction. I hope everybody listened to you. We live in a world today that is so remote from the world that I grew up in, it's almost impossible to recognize. And one of the things that historically presidents have tried to do is they go back to Abraham Lincoln, and he made a number of statements. And one of them was paraphrased by Reinhold Niebuhr. I'm sure you've heard of Niebuhr.
Yep.
Today, nobody studies him anymore, but he was a very thoughtful man, a theologian, a philosopher, and someone who studied international relations. And he quoted Lincoln by saying that the challenge in American foreign policy is to link the contingencies of power with the principles of justice. He said, you've got to do both.
Yes.
You can't simply justify armed action on the basis of, well, we're a great power. We've decided to do it. It has to be done. That was unacceptable to him. Now, this was spoken in the 50s in the aftermath of World War II. We did a lot of things during the Second World War that we subsequently viewed as having been very wrong. Curtis LeMay famously told his staff, if we don't win this war while the war was going on against Japan, after the war, we will all be executed as war criminals, because they were firebombing Japanese cities and killing tens of thousands of people. So we do know the difference. We know what's right and what's wrong. And I think we have tried to be on the right side of that equation. The problem is that we haven't always linked our actions in the way that Lincoln said. In other words, we don't always link the contingencies of power with the principles of justice. And I don't think that our attack on Iran is justified. It's not something that if you put it to a referendum in the United States, people would overwhelmingly support. I think people would reject it. But we're doing it nonetheless. And each day that it...
Current polling in the United States, and this is coming off of conservative outlets, that support for this war is 1 in 4. Personally, I think it's a lot less. I think 1 in 4 is being very generous. I think the only people you have in support of this war are Zionists and people that are truly, truly in the MAGA cult. And when I say cult, I mean they're in a cult. Because nothing Trump did, there's nothing that President Trump does that these people will criticize. Or the neocons, the warhawks. These are the only people in support of this war. Nobody else wants to be fighting this.
That it continues, we look less and less justified, less and less legitimate, and less moral. I don't think that's something Americans want. And I don't think a lot of Americans are really paying attention at this point, sadly, because these are things that always happen on other people's soil, remote from the United States. And so the average American says, well, that's too bad. I'm going to go down to the 7-Eleven and buy a six-pack. That's part of our problem. We're a big country, and there are a lot of people that have decided, well, I don't have any influence. It doesn't make any difference who you elect. You still get the same outcome. What's the difference between Tony Blinken and Marco Rubio? I mean, there really isn't. What happened with Biden? Well, Biden was viewed as this very corrupt and not terribly smart man who was then manipulated by people. Now we have President Trump, and many people are beginning to wonder whether or not that's also happening to him. So it seems as though we haven't seen dramatic change from one administration to the next. That's another serious problem. But I think your introduction hit something very, very hard that we need to focus on. We need to be concerned about injustice. We need to be concerned about human life. We can't afford to surrender to the impulse to murder anything that stands in our way. And that's effectively what Prime Minister Netanyahu and the Israeli state is engaged in.
Listen, it's called Connect Team, and it's insane. I don't do schedules or timesheets manually anymore.
And it works?
Oh, like you wouldn't believe it. My team...
Again, one, I'm a cheap fuck. I don't pay for YouTube Premium, so I will skip through the commercials. Two, do me a favor, like, subscribe, share this video. Help me get my voice out there as another American First commentator that wants to put our country first and our people first. All right.
Well, I mean, anyone who does that will be punished for it. Not just in the next life, but in this life. I mean, it's just a fact, right? That when you murder people, you are punished. And so you can't engage in that. And it also saps sort of like the reason for having your country and being proud of it. We, as you said, you've led troops in battle. You've seen war, and you know that for all the ugly things that happen, the United States has made, in general, a good faith effort to remain decent, at the level of like shooting people, like try to shoot the right people. And if we give that up, then you sort of wonder like what we're left with.
Well, I think we need to keep something in mind, having worked with the Air Force and knowing people who were targeteers. Back in 1999, we had 6 layers of privateers. In other words, if you multiplied it, I guess there were like 24, 25, 26 people, all professional targeteers who studied maps, who studied photographs, studied intelligence. And after your targeting had gone through all of these tiers, that's when the target became valid. In other words, 2 people didn't walk in the room, put a picture up on the wall and say, okay, let's blow that up. No, not at all. I'm absolutely certain that whatever we did in Iran was an accident. Absolutely. Just as our striking of the Chinese embassy was an accident.
Yes.
And that's not necessarily because the targeteers weren't doing their jobs. Frequently, the photographs don't tell you everything. Frequently, you don't have the best maps. You should, but they're not always perfect. You would think at this point, having planned for decades to bomb Iran, let's face it, this has been on the shelf for a long time in the Department of Defense, now the Department of War. So we've looked at lots of targets, but this may have been something else earlier or mistaken for something. But I know absolutely, without question, this was not deliberate. What I don't like is if it becomes clear, and I think it will, that we did it. It was a Tomahawk missile or some standoff munition. Shouldn't lie about it. Right. This is a big problem. Everybody's impulse at the top is to lie. And if you do that, you destroy your credibility, not just overseas, but here in the United States.
Yes.
So it's always best just to tell the truth. But that seems to be the last thing anybody wants to tell during war.
Inflation makes credit card statements particularly.
Whether it be Philadelphia or our Department of War, Trump, his officials, one thing is for certain. We are being lied to about the motivation behind this war. We are being lied to about the ramifications of this war. We are being lied to about the amount of service members being hurt and killed so far, because there's no way the number still stands at 7 or 11, whatever it is. And I mean no disrespect by not knowing that number, but I can't get clear reports on what it is. But reporting from other countries and credible sources outside of our country are putting the U.S. death toll at around a minimum of 150 to upwards of anywhere near 1,000. And that would be an absolute PR nightmare for this administration, as if it couldn't get any worse. So, just like Philadelphia is censoring videos coming out of Tel Aviv of how successful the Iranian attacks have been, our administration is censoring the deaths of our U.S. service members. And that is total bullshit. They deserve to be honored and remembered, and their names deserve to be read and known by every American in this country, so we know how much American blood is being spilt for a foreign government.
Particularly scary. You work 40, 50 hours a week just to buy groceries.
Possible for me to imagine that an American would press go on a Tomahawk headed for a girls' school. I just can't believe that, and I don't believe it. But I do believe that we have autonomous weapons at work, and that some of these targeting decisions are being made by machines, not people. There's a park called Police Park in Tehran that apparently was blown up because, and you can understand if it was an AI program making these decisions, it says police, and that's enough. I'm just guessing. I don't know why it was blown up, but it was a park. No reason to target it. That suggests that autonomous weapons, that machines are making these decisions, and that strikes me as totally wrong. Tempting, I get it, but is that acceptable to you?
No, but I think you had something else at work, and I also saw this in the past in another air campaign. That is enormous pressure from the top. Give us more targets. Right. We need them now. We have all this equipment. We have all this aircraft, all these ships. They need more targets. Where are the targets? And at the time we were engaged, we couldn't find very many valid, legitimate military targets in Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia is not a very developed country. It's quite backward. And so that's when you begin to say, well, look, we'll hit the, this Gulf, VW Gulf factory. Why? Well, it could have military use. How? Well, they could take the automotive parts and it could be put into the army. This is the sort of mentality that you get. And you blow it up. You blow it up because you can find it. You have multiple bridges across the river, and somebody comes and says, there are only 2 bridges there with any military utility. So you get those. Then you come back later on and say, well, we need more targets. Well, what about these bridges? Well, they don't really have any. Could it be used? Could soldiers cross that bridge? Well, I suppose so. Blow it up. And I think that's what happens over time with air and missile campaigns. You go into something where you don't have a ground force. There is no long-term strategic outcome that forces you to include all the elements of power and to think through carefully your objectives.
So far, we have heard that the objectives for this war are depleting the Iranian nuclear abilities, destroying Iranians' ballistic missile capabilities, complete and total regime change. Those are just the 3 off the top of my head. I think there was 5 or 6 that I've heard come out of the administration just in the last 2 days. So they can't even get their messaging correct. on why we're there. There's no cohesive message as to why we are fighting this war other than Israel made us do it. Marco Rubio straight up came out and said it. So, since Iran was not an imminent threat to the United States, Trump did not have unilateral authority to launch this campaign. Because that is not what the Constitution states. And it is like the Constitution is non-existent at this point. Nobody gives a shit what is in the Constitution. They're going to do whatever the fuck they want. And it is a goddamn shame.
Being told our job is to go in there and bomb the Iranian government into submission. And that means its 93 million person population is going to be made to suffer until the government relents and surrenders and says, okay, we'll do what the Israelis want. I don't think that's plausible. I don't think it's militarily useful. I don't think it's strategically attainable. But it looks to me as though Mr. Netanyahu's delusions, and you were talking a little bit about this when you touched on the issue of Greater Israel, have now become President Trump's reality. I think he is fully absorbed, assimilated into the Israeli mentality that this state, these people, must be destroyed or bent to Israel's will. Because if they're not, then Israel will never be safe. And if Israel's not safe, then potentially we're not safe. Well, you and I know that's wrong. You know, Israel's safety is one thing, our safety is another. Their interests are one set of things, one set of goals, but not necessarily our interests. Do we have an interest in destroying Iran? You know, during the war, Admiral Leahy, who was FDR's effectively chairman of the Joint Chiefs, he was a senior military advisor. He'd been CNO of the Navy. Very, very brilliant man. And very experienced. He brought in Arnold, who was chief of staff of the Air Force at the time, de facto under Marshall, and General Marshall was chief of staff of the Army. And he sat them down and he said, do you understand?
So I'm going to pause this for a minute, and I'm going to pull up a picture. All right. This picture right here on the right is a picture of the celebration in Iran when they named the son the new supreme leader. As this country is getting bombed to hell, all these people were in the streets in support of their new supreme leader. Does this look like a country that is going to have its will broken and beaten into submission? Because I promise you, they're not. Iran has been around for over 5,000 years. The names have changed, but the culture and the people have not. We are not going to be the ones to bring Iran to its knees. And it's amazing that they were able to get it into Donald Trump's head that he would be the one to do it.
And that when this war ends, We actually want to be friends with the Germans and the Japanese. And they both sat there with blank faces, and it was obvious to him they didn't understand. He said, this war is going to end. You are destroying everything in these countries. This is a catastrophe. Well, Leahy was thinking into the future. Is it really in the interest of the United States and our allies to flatten Germany, to turn it into rubble? And of course, you always have people that are eager to hate in the plural and internalize hatred and say, oh yeah, let's get those people, they're terrible, and so forth. Same thing with Japanese attacked us in December 1941. They deserve it. Really? You know, we destroyed both countries for all intents and purposes, and then we spent 50 years paying for it. It was called the Cold War because we turned half the world over to communism. Now, we're apparently on the road to destroying Iran, and make no mistake about it, we have the capacity to destroy Iran. Now, if this doesn't come faster enough, or we begin to back away from it, what does Mr. Netanyahu do? And I think that's a question that we need to answer, because he is not clearly under the authority of the President of the United States. He is, in other words, the President is the commander-in-chief of NATO. If NATO goes to war, they look to us, our C4ISR, our command structures and everything, and the President to make final decisions. The British and the French would never launch a nuclear weapon without consulting with us. Is that the case with Mr. Netanyahu, who leads a country that refuses to admit that it has any nuclear weapons?
Nope.
And I would argue no. So while we may be partnered, this relationship is not an easy one. And we should not delude ourselves into believing that under the worst case scenario, if they're not satisfied or they think that their country is being finished off. And quite frankly, right now, even though we're not seeing a lot of footage from Israel, Israel is being subjected to pulverization. The large missiles, the Khorram Shah 2 that landed on top of Haifa and destroyed the refinery, the oil infrastructure. I'm sure the docks have taken a beating. I mean, that's a very important port for Israel. And if we were going to bring troops into the region, we would probably have to come through that port. Right now, it's in bad shape. It may get worse. So is this going to go on and on and on? I think right now, there's no end in sight, because there's really no strategy other than we're going to bomb you into submission. And a war with no strategy tends to be a war effectively without end. And then if you pour oil onto the fire and say, either you surrender unconditionally or we destroy you, what does the enemy do? What is the incentive for him to surrender to someone who is demanding effectively the submission of his country, his people, to a state like Israel that hates them? And they're well aware of that.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
All right,
guys,
I got
Nina
the
just
most
built an
people
app.
I've ever had in a live stream in here.
Code.
And I appreciate all you guys coming in here and watching. If you guys don't know, my name is Ricky. This is America First. FTR could stand for a couple things. Stand for Free the Republic. It could stand for Fuck the Rest. You guys decide what it stands for. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. Drop a comment down below. I'm going to skip this commercial and go right back into the interview. I'm a cheap fuck and don't pay for YouTube Premium. And yeah, here we go.
Why would the U.S. government ever yoke itself in a war to a country with different aims, with different objectives? And this is not an attack on Israel, but any country that had a different goal, why would you ever be a co-equal partner with that country?
Well, we concluded in the aftermath of World War I that the Bank of England and the British Empire had enormous influence over us, had misinformed us, misled us.
Yes.
With the, unfortunately, with the assistance of President Wilson and, of course, the man who was his, quote, chief of staff and national security advisor was not even an American citizen. He was a British subject. His name was Colonel House. And that led to conclusions after the war that this should never happen again. One of the reasons there was so much opposition to going to war in Europe again was because of the experience during World War I. We took terrible casualties. That's another story. Awful. Worse, frankly, in a shorter period of time than World War II. And I think what we have now is a similar situation. We have large numbers of people who are dual citizens. And we have large numbers of people, they call them Zionist billionaires. Pick whatever name you want. They have spent enormous quantities of money over many years to reach the condition that exists today, a condition under which Israel's demands, and you have to link Israel to the larger financial picture because these billionaires control more than just a fraction of finance. They control the financial system in our country, have a huge impact on it globally, certainly in the West, and they have interests in expanding that power and influence.
I'm pretty sure that Colonel MacGregor just said that the Zionists pretty much control everything. Could be wrong, but I'm gonna go back a couple seconds here, and we can listen to that again. But I think that's what he said.
They call them Zionist billionaires. Pick whatever name you want. They have spent enormous quantities of money over many years to reach the condition that exists today, a condition under which Israel's demands, and you have to link Israel to the larger financial picture because these billionaires control more than just a fraction of finance. They control the financial system in our country, have a huge impact on it globally, certainly in the West, and they have interests in expanding that power and influence. Israel is a way to do that. And the Israelis, of course, they see themselves in a position of either we expand or eventually we die.
That's
because we don't have enough people. Our birth rate isn't high enough. So we have to annihilate the people that are close to us in our country and eventually on our borders and expand. That means you march into Lebanon. It means you march into the Sinai and into Egypt. It means you go south into Jordan and Saudi Arabia.
It means that the Greater Israel Project is not a conspiracy. It means that Israel plans on, long-term, taking control of the land from the Nile to the Euphrates, which is why they wear that patch on the IDF uniform.
All you have to do is look at the map. I mean, from their standpoint, this is a rational calculus. I just don't think it's attainable by them, and that's why we're involved. Because the only way to attain these goals and objectives is with the enormous power and influence of the United States. And we have committed ourselves, heart and soul, to this project. It's as simple as that. All you had to do was listen to the State of the Union speech by President Trump. And the one time everybody stood up, left and right, Democrats, Republicans, was when he talked about depriving Iran permanently of any nuclear weapon. And everybody stood up and applauded. And I will not allow that. I will prevent that. Well, first of all, there's no evidence that they've got a nuclear weapon. We haven't had any evidence for that for a long time. So is that really what this is about?
No.
I don't think so. I think it's about more than that. It's also about the missile arsenal that they want to eradicate. In other words, Iran has to live in a state of permanent vulnerability to Israeli attack and destruction. Otherwise, Israel is not safe. Now, many of these corrupt Arab states have accepted that bargain, and they are, in the view of many of the people that live in the region, in Arab countries, as members of the Arab version of the Epstein class. And they're hated. So when you go to the Emirates, for instance, there are plenty of people living in these countries who privately are very happy to see these people removed from power, these family dictatorships, which are hopelessly corrupt.
Yo, I gotta pause it. Listen. You guys have no idea how excited I am. First time ever, just broke 100 concurrent viewers in a live stream. I know that number doesn't mean shit to anybody, but it means a whole lot to me. So thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. That means I can't even tell you how much that means to me. So thank you very much for tuning in. Hit the subscribe button, man. Hit the like button. Back to video. Sorry.
They're sick of it. So we're involved in much more than just Iran. This has global implications for power and influence. And it's no accident that you have Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner as the principal diplomats. And in Russia, the Russians have sort of looked at this and say, okay, fine, we understand you want your son-in-law and you want your friend to negotiate, and they want to enrich themselves in the process. Fine, we'll help them do that. But please, can't you find your way to an agreement with us? Can't we hammer out something concrete that serves our interests as well as yours? And of course, the answer to that thus far has been no.
You don't know what an AI work management platform is? Okay, let me tell you. Here's 3 new AI-powered changes to the Monday platform in 2026 and what they...
And I think you're dealing with the same people vis-a-vis Iran.
We pray that the war with Iran ends immediately, but the truth is it doesn't seem to be ending immediately.
Why would the United States ever allow its own citizens to be killed in order to expand the Israeli empire?
Well, it's not an empire, let's face it. It's a relatively small country the size of New Jersey. So I guess if you live in Jersey, that's an empire. I've got some friends who were in the army with me, and they were Italian. And
I live in New Jersey. It's not a fucking empire. I'll tell you that much.
It's an empire. But that's another story. I think Americans don't completely grasp what's happening. And they have been force-fed for decades a narrative that is designed to depict the Iranian state and its people as the sworn enemies of mankind and most of all of us. Of course, people that have been there, spent any time there, especially over the last 20 years, have come back and said, look, Iran today bears very little resemblance to Iran of 47 years ago. Iran has changed a great deal. In fact, I think you can make a good case that had we not bombed anybody and stayed out of this, that within the next 6 months to 8 months, the Islamic government would be gone. Because I think the country itself sees it not as this Islamic state at all. It sees itself as a Persian state with a Persian history and culture. Many, many people in that country view Islam itself as a unwanted import from the Arab world. Now, there are plenty of people who are very religious. There's no question about it. Most of them live in the rural areas. Very few of them live in the large urban areas. And here's another interesting insight. I received this lengthy note from someone in the region who explained that when we bombed and the Israelis bombed Tehran, they killed large numbers of people in these, what they called middle class, upper class neighborhoods, who are actually very much in agreement with us that the Islamic government should go away.
Yeah.
I think if left alone, it'll go that way, one way or the other. But Iran is a nation state. They're not prepared to sacrifice their sovereignty, put their citizenry at permanent risk, essentially to live under the control of what they see as the Epstein class and on a plantation run by the Epstein class. And that's the way they look at it. And we don't see it that way because we're not thinking in those terms. All we can do is go back to 1982, talk about these Marines in that barracks that were killed, but nobody knows the whole story behind that business. And I stumbled on this because Cap Weinberger, who the former Secretary of Defense, his office called, asked me to fly to Washington. He wanted to talk to me about this book I'd written called Breaking the Phalanx, which he liked.
Just in case you don't know what he is referring to, he is referring to the bombing of the U.S. barracks in Lebanon. I forgot what year it was. He just said it. Let me go back and replay that real quick.
At permanent risk, essentially to live under the control of what they see as the Epstein class and on a plantation run by the Epstein class. And that's the way they look at it. And we don't see it that way because we're not thinking in those terms. All we can do is go back to 1982, talk about these Marines in that barracks that were killed, but nobody knows the whole story behind that business. And I stumbled on this because Cap Weinberger, who was the former Secretary of Defense, his office called, asked me to fly to Washington. He wanted to talk to me about this book I'd written called Breaking the Phalanx, which he liked. And so I said, sure. I flew back there, and I ended up spending, instead of the expected hour, I was there for almost 2.5. It was a wonderful meeting, and one of the things that came up was Beirut, because one of the arguments I was making is that if we followed this plan, went to a very small but potent presence in Kuwait and just kept that there, we might avoid any future war in the Middle East. He said, of course, absolutely. No question about it. Makes perfect sense. And I said, well, what happened in Beirut? And he said, that's an interesting story. I was sitting in my office watching television, and suddenly it was announced that President Reagan had approved the commitment of U.S. Marines in and around Beirut as part of some sort of peacekeeping operation to separate the PLA or the PLO from the Israelis and so forth. And he said, no one called me. He said, Ronald Reagan didn't call me, didn't say anything. So I picked up the phone and I called the office and I said, can I see the president? And the secretary said, of course, Mr. Weinberger, come over. I'm sure he'd be delighted to see you. He and Reagan got along very well. So he showed up and he walked in the office and he said, sit down, Cap, what's going on? He said, well, you just announced this. What are you doing? And he said, well, George Shultz was here. He spent a couple of hours. And he convinced me that we had a moral obligation to participate in this peacekeeping force, multinational, that's going to bring peace to Lebanon and Beirut and keep the Israelis and the PLO part. And he said, sir, that you're not going to get that in that part of the world. All we're going to be are targets. Yep. This is a waste of time. It's worse than that. It's dangerous. Can't you rescind the order? He said, well, Cap, I made a public speech. I committed myself and my administration to this. How would I look if I suddenly, within a few hours, announced that, no, I've reconsidered it. We're not going to participate in what this is being billed as a moral mission. So he said, all right. He said, well, I'm sorry, Cap. I should have called you, but, George was here and so forth. Well, George Shultz, as a Secretary of State, was considered on the very liberal side, and Cap Weinberger was furious. Said, fast forward several months, and I get a call in the middle of the night. And it's the Secretary of Reagan. He says, the president wants to see you immediately. So he gets up and he finds out about this bombing. He finds it's coming through CNN and everything else. This time, when he gets to the White House, he walks to the door opens, and Ronald Reagan is standing right in front of him. And he walks in and he grabs Weinberger's hand. He said, Cap, you were right. I was wrong. Now we need to get our men out of there immediately.
Yes.
And the rest is history. He did. Now, there were lots of statements about we'll track down whoever did this and everything else. But he understood we were blown up because we were there. Most of the people that we lost in Iraq, and I would argue Afghanistan, have been killed because we were there. And the real question is, why were we there? And I've never been satisfied with the explanations. Because if you wanted to remove somebody from power in a place like Iraq, that's a fairly straightforward operation. You don't have to kill a lot of people, and the army will help you. We look what was demonstrated in Venezuela. I think that was a bad decision, but nevertheless, what did we demonstrate? That we could pay everybody off, and we could shut everything down, go in, and bring out the president and his wife. Fine.
And that's exactly what happened in Venezuela. A deal was cut with Maduro. I don't even believe it was cut with Maduro's people. I think Maduro cut a deal with the Trump administration, and we made it look like it was a successful raid, because the Trump administration needed a PR win because his polling numbers are horrendous. So I think Maduro cut a deal. I think we sent in Delta Force, and it was Delta Force, immigration, FBI. It was a bunch of four-letter agencies that went in on this raid. They were able to extract Maduro and his wife, which is especially suspect because when we do these types of raids, we don't take family members. So that also leads me to believe that a deal was cut for his wife as well. And that's why we were able to fly in there and fly out of there uncontested with minimal shots being fired, minimal troops being injured. Basically, it was an in-and-out operation that went as smoothly as it possibly could go. And I just don't see that happening without Maduro himself actually cutting a deal. I could be wrong. I have no proof of this. Call me a conspiracy theorist. To me, it just makes the most sense.
Well, those kinds of things can be done in certain countries under certain circumstances. I don't think it was a good thing. I wouldn't have done it, but that's water under the bridge. Now you're dealing with a civilizational state. Persia represents much, much more than people in the United States realize. They owe some of their culture and language to Sanskrit and Indian civilization, which is another civilizational state. Russia is a civilizational state. China is a civilizational state. These are foundation stones in the edifice of humanity and world civilization. Now you want to destroy Persia, which has been around for 2,700 years. Well, good luck. I don't see it happening. And I don't think, if it even gets close, that the Russians and the Chinese are going to sit there and do nothing.
How do we get out?
Scribe is how you stop explaining the same thing over and over at work. Watch this. It'll change your life. Raise your hand if you...
All right, guys. I'm at 153 people. 100 people was the most people I've had in a stream. I'm getting up there. Guys, hit the like button. Hit the share button. Comment. Subscribe. Help me get my voice out there. I will always shoot it to you guys straight. And I will always shoot it to you from an America First perspective because that is what I believe in. I believe we need to get out of the Middle East. Believe we need to prioritize our issues here at home. I think we need to focus on the dollar because the dollar is collapsing. We need to focus on addiction. We need to focus on our infrastructure. We need to focus on our schools. And none of this stuff is getting prioritized. Absolutely none of it. And our society is paying for it. So if you guys could like, share, and subscribe, it would really mean a lot to me. And I appreciate all you guys being in here, whether you agree with me or you don't agree with me. Thank you. It really means a lot. Thank you.
I think you have to find an intermediary, first of all, someone who is not part of the problem. My personal preference, if I were advising the president, is to call Prime Minister Modi in India. Now you can say, well, he was just in Israel. Well, that's fine. He has good relations with Israel. That's not a bad thing. He also has good relations with Iran. He's never been an enemy of the Iranian people. Neither are the Shiite Iranians his enemy. He knows that. And he has reasonable relations with the Chinese. They have their differences up in the mountains, in the Himalayas, the Hindu Kush, and that is a legacy of British colonialism. But my point is that he's historically leading a neutral state, and a neutral state that is growing in stature, in power, in influence and importance. We should recognize that and welcome it, not treat it as a problem. And I think if President Trump talked to him and said, look, we need to end this. And somebody will say, well, why do you need to end it? Because if we don't, we're going to hit $300 per barrel of oil. We're going to watch 60 to 80% of the stock value crash. People are going to lose trillions in wealth. It will be a disaster. And it's not something we'll recover from. We've already seen that the Israelis hit a refinery on the outskirts of Tehran. And what did Iran do? They destroyed the refinery and its supporting infrastructure in Haifa. How does this help us? How does this help anybody? The damage that's being done is going to be semi-permanent. And by that, I mean it's going to take years to recover from this. The Qatari government has said we're shutting down. We can't store anymore. We can't drill anymore. We can't refine anymore. I mean, this is a catastrophe. We look at this and say, well, only 3% of our oil comes from the Gulf. Well, I got news for you. 50% of it goes to India. 50% goes to China. 70+% goes to Japan. Mid 60% or so, 64, 65% goes to South Korea. Now, did we call the president or the prime minister of Japan? Did we call the president of Korea and say, by the way, we're considering a war against Iran, action against the Iranians?
Oh, and it's official. As of today, we are pulling THAADs, thermal high altitude, thermal high altitude, THAAD, defense, THAADs. We pulled them away from South Korea, Japan, and Ukraine as of today. We are starting to pillage the supplies that we have given these nations, that these nations have bought from us, and especially the nations in the Pacific region are surrounding China, like Japan and South Korea. They are very upset with us, and they feel like we have sold them out for the Zionist cause. And their public officials are all over the internet. I don't know. They're not happy, and they are letting it be known that they are not happy. And we are causing irreparable damage to not countries that are just allies that, in treaties, allies that we do hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars and billions of dollars worth of trade with. The kind of countries that keep our economy moving and keep our economy flowing. These are the countries that we're pissing off. The real allies of the United States. And the long-term effects of this are going to be lasting for a long time. And we are really doing damage to our reputation on the world stage right now.
And we want to know what you think the impact will be on your country, because you are friends of ours. You are our allies. Did we do that? I don't think so. I think we are acting like the biggest bully in the schoolyard. The hell with everybody else. This is what I want. And I'm going to pound your face into the dust. I mean, we've all seen those people. They exist. I grew up with some of them. Had the crap kicked out of me once or twice at recess. I know exactly what that is. Well, you can't do that in international relations for very long before people gang up against you.
That's the sound of an American oil company hard at work. Want to be a part of it? Listen up. Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, and I'm the CEO of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining us at our next webinar where you can drill deeper into our bond offering. We currently offer 2 investment opportunities, a private placement bond offering for a credit.
We already have this thing called BRICS, and we seem to be determined to destroy that because we see BRICS. And right now it has, 10 members, something like that, and there are 50, 60 standing in line ready to join. We don't like it because they're looking at potentially gold-backed currency. What a novel idea. And if it's not gold, it'll be gold plus, maybe platinum, silver, who knows, other precious metals. And we're saying, well, this is a threat to us. It's a threat to our petrodollar. Tucker, we're killing the petrodollar right now in the Gulf. This is going to end. This very lucrative cycle where we buy oil, they take the dollars that they get from us and they reinvest it in our country in a place called the bond market. Not anymore. And that's one of the engines that drives our economy. We've thrown all caution to the wind. Think of any number of worst case scenarios and they are on the horizon. President Trump is still president of the United States, not president of Israel. And he has to think about the consequences here at home for us, for the average man, not for the billionaire class, the Epstein class, for the rest of us. I don't see that we're thinking this through. And I don't just blame him because he's had wholehearted support from everybody on the Hill. Don't believe any of those Democrats from Chuck Schumer to Slotkin, any number of them. Oh, I was always against it. Really? Well, you sure as hell aren't on record, and things are getting very bad. Eventually, I think members of his own party will desert him if he doesn't find an off-ramp. So back to your question, step number 1, find a mediator, somebody that they will listen to, because no one is going to listen to us. Yeah. If you're an Iranian, would you pay any attention to what we say? How many times have they been attacked in the midst of negotiations now? Twice? Why would?
And if anybody's paying attention to the messaging coming out of the Democratic Party right now, the Democrats are picking up on the groundswell of negative support for this war, and they are starting to see a shift in messaging. Not necessarily anti-Israel or anti-Zionist yet, but they can see how much this country does not support this war, and the smart ones are starting to pick up on that messaging. And if the Republican Party doesn't do damage control real quick, the midterms are going to be toast. And J.D. Vance, up until 2 weeks ago, had a very good chance of getting elected, except if Erica Kirk was his VP pick, but that's a whole nother story. But up until 2 weeks ago, J.D. had a good chance of getting into office, and his chances are not looking too hot right now.
The Russians pay any attention to us. This is a catastrophe. And if we do nothing, eventually we will wake up and discover there are some aircraft in the airspace over Iran. They're probably Russian. And they probably will put up something similar to AWACS. And if that shows up, then the message is stop. And the question is, what do you do? You know, we used to have this thing in the Ranger course. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. It's below zero outside. You're in the mountains and snow up to your rear end. And somebody walks in and says, you're now the patrol commander. You're now the platoon leader. Where are you on the map? What are you going to do now, Ranger? I mean, that's kind of where Donald Trump is headed. What's he going to do then?
I mean, clearly the wise course at this point, since it doesn't appear to be a way to open the straits using the U.S. military, is to try and decelerate to find that mediator. But the hitch, or one of them, is is Israel. I mean, if Iran remains intact with a functioning government that is a direct descendant of the previous government that we tried to overthrow, we wound up killing the wife and the child of the current Ayatollah, apparently. That government will acquire nuclear weapons. Why wouldn't they? And will dedicate itself even more resolutely to the destruction of Israel. So if you're, I think, why wouldn't they? And they've said they will. So if you're Israel, you cannot allow that. You can't have a ceasefire and leave this government intact. And that leaves you no recourse but weapons of mass destruction, does it?
Well, it could. There is also the other possibility, and that is that, as the Pakistani government has said, they will provide a nuclear weapon to the Iranians. Now, the Pakistanis have always had a very close relationship with the Turks. And that's one of the reasons that Erdogan, who's the ultimate fence sitter, never quite aligns with anybody. And it's worked well for him, by the way.
Yes, smart.
I don't think he can do that much longer. Has always said, we're not afraid of you, because the Pakistanis have made it clear they will have a nuclear weapon if they need it. In fact, the exact conversation was held.
I did not know that. That is news to me, that Pakistan told Iran that they would give them a nuke. That is very problematic. That is very, very problematic. Because that means I thought worrying about Israel dropping one on Iran was an issue. If Iran dropping one on Israel is now a threat, then this conflict has taken on a whole nother level of how dangerous it could be, and the ramifications of second, third, and fourth order effects, and the risk of other nation states and other nuclear-powered nation states getting involved. China has its most advanced signals intelligence ship sitting in the Gulf, the Persian Gulf and international waters, feeding real-time telemetry to the Iranians. This is how they're so accurate on their drone attacks and their missile attacks. Just like we turned the Ukrainian war a proxy war against the Russians, these guys are turning Iran into a proxy war against the United States and Israel, and the sheer difference in number of weapons between Iran and Israel and the United States is enough to cause pause. Iran has upwards of, some estimates saying, 100,000 of their Shahed drones. Each one of them easily powerful enough to take out a desalination plant, strike an oil field, strike an air base, and they're having more success with these drones than they are with the missiles, because the drones fly at such a low speed that our targeting systems half the time don't even pick up the drones, which is why we need to shoot 5, 6, 7 interceptor missiles at one $50,000 drone, and we may not even hit it. So Iran is in this for the long haul. They have been preparing for 20 years for this conflict, and it shows.
Back under the Obama administration, and I think it was the Deputy Secretary of State who was there, and he said, what do you do if Iran gets a nuclear weapon? And he asked the Chief of Staff of the Turkish armed forces. And he said, well, that's not a problem. He said, why not? Because Pakistan has said they'll provide us with a nuclear weapon if that happens.
Yes.
This is your
and
logic.
Saudi Arabia as well.
Yeah, and this is your logic playing out, exactly what you described. So you really want to stop this train now that's headed down the side of a mountain and doesn't seem to have any brakes. So you've got to go to someone who can stand in there. Now you've got to tell this man, what are you prepared to do? Are you prepared to cease fire immediately? Which is not difficult to do because we're talking about air and naval forces. If you had 800,000 men under arms on the ground in a massive army, that stopping everything is very difficult. But air and naval forces could immediately disengage, pull back.
Yep.
That can be done. Are you willing to do that? And if you are willing to do that, what should I ask the Iranians to do? The first step is to get this fighting to stop because of exactly what we're discussing. It's going to run out of control. And I have worried from the beginning because I have people in Israel that I cared about very much, some friends, and they're all angry with me because I'm not unconditionally supporting what they're doing. And I told them from the beginning, I don't think this will work, and I do not think this is in the interest of the Israeli state. And I have said, if this goes to the inevitable conclusion, Israel may not survive this. And I think the hatred, the hostility that is growing in the region, not just against us, but especially against Israel, is just earth-shattering.
Yes,
it's beyond anything anybody has ever seen. It needs to stop now. I hear all these people worrying about anti-Semitism. Well, if you're worried about that, then stop doing what's going on. That's the quickest and easiest way to try and bring this under control. No, their thinking is, if we kill everybody that doesn't like us.
Okay, great.
Guys,
Wait,
I got 170 people in here.
You haven't taken a single note
This
this
is
entire
the most
meeting?
I have
I'm
had
actually
yet.
listening,
I'm
but
going
I
to keep
have-
saying it because
Let
the
me-
number keeps
we'll be
going
fine.
up. Do me a favor. Like, subscribe, share, comment. Let me know if you agree with me. Let me know if you think I'm crazy. Let me know if you are for the Zionist cause, if you're America First. Let me know how you got in here, how you found the stream. I just want you guys to help me grow as a channel. I will always present you with what I believe is honest and factual information. I will never lie to anybody that watches my channel, not willingly anyway. If I present information that turns out to not be true, I will correct the record. But I will never lie to you guys. Truth is the only thing we have left, and parsing through the propaganda that's coming from all sides right now is not easy. But I will do my best to present you guys with accurate information, and I'm presenting you that information with an America First lens, because I don't believe we should be sending our sons and daughters, our family, our friends to die for Israel's war or another Middle Eastern conflict that has nothing to do with us here at home and is only going to make things harder for the average American. We need to focus on what's going on here and get our shit in order at home before we take our resources, our money, our military, and focus on anything else but fixing inflation, the manufacturing crisis that we have here that Trump was supposed to fix, bringing jobs back home, onshoring jobs again, fixing the housing market so first-time home buyers aren't in their 40s. There's plenty of things that we could fix here at home without spending billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars on foreign wars.
Yeah, that attitude doesn't have a good track record. That's self-defeating, I would say. And I agree.
There's one other thing I'd like to mention real quick. And this was a conversation, believe it or not, that Churchill allegedly had with Stalin. And through an interpreter. I have to understand, Churchill knew Stalin was a criminal and a murderer, no doubt about it. And he certainly did not see him as morally superior to Hitler. In fact, he probably thought he was worse. And Stalin knew that. And he used to sort of jab at him because FDR was Stalin's poodle. Anything Stalin did was good. And Stalin was morally superior to the British Empire. Anyhow, Stalin said to Churchill, you know what the difference between me and Hitler is? And Churchill said, no. He said, I know when to stop.
Yeah.
He was right.
He was right.
Hitler never figured that out. And he vanished. Stalin survived.
Yep. Until he went too far domestically and his own guys killed him. But yeah, no, I mean, he lived another 8 years. Yeah. May I ask, what do you think the likelihood of the U.S. committing ground troops is?
I think it's zero. I don't even know why they maintain the pretense. First of all, the Army today is a shadow of what it was 30 years ago. And I hear all this, well, I rebuilt the military during my first term. Come on. That's just silly. Armies take about 10 years to build. You know, that's what it took us after the Vietnam War. And it took us 10 years to build an army. It probably takes 20 plus years to build a Navy because building ships and submarines is time consuming, resource consuming, very expensive. It takes a long time to train people. One of the reasons that Yamamoto attacked Pearl Harbor, he said, was if we're going to fight the Americans, we have to kill all the officers in the United States Navy. So we need to kill them in the harbor in Pearl Harbor. If we can kill them, it'll take the United States years to recover from the loss of all those trained officers. He was right. Didn't work, thank God. But I don't think people understand. Civilians have no idea what it takes to build effective military power. And the second thing is a draft. Privately, I would like to have a selective draft because I think average young man, not woman, but the average American male, who if he's got an IQ of 100 or above and is physically fit, should spend a couple of years in the military. I think it's a healthy thing. But that's not widely accepted in our country. We don't like it. The British never liked it. So the idea of this being something good is impossible to convince people to support. And if you go back, you lived through the Vietnam period, at least some of it. And as soon as Nixon ended the draft, suddenly all the demonstrations against the war went away. Now, there were some very sincere people who were against the war for all the right reasons. My point is the vast majority just didn't want to go.
Yeah.
What's it going to be like now? Why are we going to Iran? Where is this place? How long is it going to take us to get there? And then we have to look at what's happened in eastern Ukraine.
You, just you, building your app on base 44.
All right, guys, I just broke 200 people
in
here for the first time. So if you guys could like and subscribe, it would mean a lot. Man, I really appreciate all you guys being in here. Back to the video.
Warfare has changed. It's changed dramatically. We have persistent surveillance above. We can see everything everywhere all the time. We can target everything everywhere all the time. So where are you going to concentrate 200,000 or 300,000 men? How many ports are you going to get into? How soon are you going to be taken under effective ballistic missile attack? And we already know that however much money you spend on air and missile defense, it's not going to be good enough to deal with modern hypersonic missiles. Can't be done. So it's an accident and a disaster waiting to happen. We're not prepared for that. And the nation psychologically is not prepared for it because no one has sold anything to them. We haven't had any fireside chats from Donald Trump saying, I just want to spend a few minutes and explain to you why I'm doing what I'm doing. Have you ever heard that? No. So why would anybody go?
Do you think it's possible, since you're describing a cul-de-sac, Box Canyon here, once again, do you think it's possible that nuclear weapons are used?
If a nuclear weapon is used, it will be by Netanyahu and his government, not us.
Yes, good.
I've met and talked with President Trump. I like President Trump personally. And you can say what you will about the man, but I see no evidence that he would be talked into that by Mr. Netanyahu. I just don't. I hope I'm not wrong, but I just don't see that happening. I also see little evidence that people at the top of the military establishment collectively would sign on for that. You might get a few. Unfortunately, most of them are airmen or in the Navy, but I don't think they would be very supportive. I think they'd say, is this really the right place, time, and reason?
Yes.
Because increasingly we view nuclear weapons as something that protects your territorial integrity. Everybody knows that if you try to invade the United States from Canada or Mexico, yeah, we'll nuke you. No question about it, right? But why would we do that with Iran? But Israel is different, as we've discussed. And the more desperate they become, if Iran does not submit, and I see no evidence that they will submit, the more likely that option could be embraced and employed. And that's why we started this, because you asked specifically about who has the authority. I hope President Trump does, but I don't think so. I think Mr. Netanyahu is going to do whatever Mr. Netanyahu wants to do.
I mean, because we're implicated in that, and because the million-odd Americans who live in the region and the energy interest there, and just like the fate of the world, are all part of this calculation, why wouldn't we bring him to heel and prevent that from happening?
How do you do that? How do you do that? I mean, you're going to have all the people that put you into the White House, that spent billions on your campaigns, who gave you the power, and the Congress that is essentially being purchased by the lobby, not by the lobby directly, but by the Zionist billionaires that pour money into the process to get people elected. You know how that works. What are they going to do? Are any of them going to sober up and go to Trump and say, look, this has gone too far? I don't see any evidence for that.
Before this started, we are now learning, and I think these are accurate reports, that members of the uniformed military understood, advisors to the president understood, that this was not, the things we were promising we would achieve were not actually achievable, and that this was a very unwise course. They knew that. But apparently none of them threatened to resign if the president went forward. What do you think of that?
Well, we have to understand something about the people in uniform. And I don't think we've ever had anybody that resigned in protest. The only one that I can think of who made his views on Vietnam heard was General Decker. He only served 2 years as chief of staff of the Army because McNamara went to Kennedy and said, he doesn't support our policy in Southeast Asia. He won't put any troops in. So Kennedy said, get rid of him. So he simply retired at the end of the first 2 years of his service as chief of staff. But we say in theory that, and this is something that goes back to Frederick the Great of Prussia, any officer whose conscience will not permit him to execute an order always has the right to refuse that order and resign his commission without prejudice.
Yes.
The problem is we don't let people go like that. If General Kane were to go in and say, this is it, can't do this, I'm tendering my resignation, he loses his retirement benefits and his pension.
Why?
So if you're in the military and you do that, you lose your, whether you're a sergeant or whomever you are, the law says if you resign in protest over something, you don't get to keep your pension and you don't get to keep your benefits. So it's really not true. Now, when you move to the civilian side, the cabinet members, what's to stop them? Nothing. And that's where the resignations should take place. But that's the last place.
Just out of curiosity, has anybody heard from Tulsi Gabbard, or is she stuck in a closet in the White House with duct tape around her mouth, being completely neutered by the administration? Where's Joe Kent at? Another one that's been totally neutered by the administration. Where's Charlie Kirk, the biggest anti-Iran war voice out of everybody? Where's Charlie Kirk? Oh, that's right. Charlie's dead. Charlie's dead. By a leftist trans furry who shot him with a 30-06 that would have blown his head off. Charlie's voice has conveniently been silenced. Charlie, the one that got Trump elected, that had the ears and minds and hearts of the youth of America, has been completely removed from the equation, conveniently, and he was the biggest obstacle standing in the way of Trump following through with this war. That's pretty convenient. It's pretty convenient. Now, I'm not saying that Candace Owens is right with her conspiracy theories and Egyptian planes and all this nonsense, but what I am telling you is the FBI is lying to us. They are complicit in a cover-up, which means the administration is lying to us, and they are complicit in the cover-up. And Charlie was the one that was knocking door to door in Pennsylvania for months to get Trump elected to win Pennsylvania. And we're just gonna pretend like what? Like the story that we're being told makes sense? Come on, man. Come on.
I would expect to see any. Even though you and I know a couple of them and consider them friends, I don't see any evidence for that. And the theory is, interestingly enough, if I do this, I poison the waters against me for the rest of my life. If you're in the military, I'll never get a job after, I leave. No one will hire me in the defense establishment. No one will hire me anywhere. And the civilian says, well, I won't get any cushy jobs, no bank boards, no industrial, concerns. Nobody will have me around. It's a terrible thing, because the ones who really have the flexibility to simply stand up and say, thank you very much, here's my resignation. I'm handing it to you right now. As of this moment, I resign as X. And you could walk out of the Oval Office, and that's just fine. Instead, what will happen, if we're going to project into the future, is if we don't change course, we're going to escalate. We're going to double down. In other words, well, if the last 2,000 bombs and 800 missiles didn't do it, we'll drop 500.
Will, I don't know if you saw, I don't know if it was Fuentes' opening from last night or a couple nights ago, but he went pretty hard, man. He went pretty hard. This interview with MacGregor's almost over, and then I'll play that again. I don't know about Nick, man. I can't figure him out either way.
100,000 bombs and 200 more missiles. You understand? That's where we're headed. Double down, escalate, escalate, escalate. And then at some point, it's going to dawn on everybody, this has gone too far. This is dangerous. Either because the Russians make it clear they won't tolerate, or the Chinese, or both, or because they suddenly look in the United States and people have said, wait a minute, I can't put gas into my car. I don't have a job anymore. I mean, you just go down the list, economic catastrophe will visit us. Then all the heroic figures in the cabinet will say, oh, I resign. I never saw a more empty place than the West Wing of the White House and the Executive Office building right after the election in 2020. That's what you'd see. Everybody just says, "Oh, I'm out of here."
Do you think, I mean, you're describing a system that doesn't serve the country it governs, and that moreover has been revealed as useless, in fact, counterproductive. Like, everyone knows this isn't working now. You can't lie about it anymore. So does that mean we get a new system? Are there, after this war, however it's resolved, however it ends, do you think that there will be structural changes to the country?
I think we have to anticipate something like that happening because government, federal government, is a big part of our lives. I listen to people all the time say, well, I want a smaller government. Well, check your mailbox. What are you getting in the mail? What's coming into your bank account? Yeah. How much of it is government? How much of it is federal? People don't realize that what is the percentage of gross domestic product now for the government? It's somewhere in the 30+%. Back in 1900, it was what, 2%? You go back before the Civil War, less than 1%. I mean, the government was there, but it wasn't a big feature of the economy and involved in our lives. General Sherman, and everybody's heard of Sherman and his Civil War service. He became commander of the United States Army. In those days, we didn't have a staff system, so he just was designated commander-in-chief, U.S. Army. And he was so frustrated with the corruption in Washington that without telling Grant, who was then president, he packed everybody in the War Department up and he went to St. Louis. He said, I'm getting out of Washington. And when Grant found out, he said, oh my God. And he said, why did you do this? And he said, this is a cesspool. It is full of corruption. I hate those people. And finally, Grant persuaded his old friend, you got to come back to Washington. And eventually he did. So this is not an entirely new problem.
No.
But in those days, the government was not what it is today. It's very intrusive. It's a source of wealth. Everybody that is sitting in the various cabinet departments over there, a lot of them have their eyes on money. What comes down the pike? What sort of new generous program, grant, or opportunity is presented? And they're involved. They're part of this process. A friend of mine said the other day, he said these people are parasitic. They're like crustaceans, or remora on the body of a shark. And I said, well, that's pretty rough. But as I said, this is a huge problem. And the American people, when things go very badly for us in the financial system and the economy, they're going to want answers, and it's not going to be pretty. And this, unfortunately, what we're doing right now is put us on an accelerated path into disaster, I think.
Yeah. I mean, it was so obviously going to happen. It was just couldn't be clearer that there was no compelling national security related reason to do this, that the aims, even to the extent they were articulated, were going to be hard to achieve, if not impossible, and that we were dragged into this by a foreign government, which is what happened. That was all so obvious that you have to kind of think maybe destroying or weakening the United States was the point.
I don't think so, but now you're up against a different problem. There are a lot of people in Washington that do not understand what Stalin talked about, limits. They don't understand the limits of power. They don't understand the financial limits of expense. They don't appreciate debt. Remember, this is the new economy. Debt no longer matters. I mean, I don't know how many times I've had people tell me that for the last 10 years. After World War II, when Eisenhower was president, what does he do? He shrinks the defense budget. He cuts back on the size of the Army. He invests in nuclear weapons. He sees this as a relatively inexpensive way to maintain deterrence. Tries to keep the Navy and the Air Force within bounds, which is why everybody in the services at the time he was president hated him. Now, why? Well, he understood that investment in military power, there's no salvage value to what you produce.
Right.
In other words, it's the sunken cost is enormous. He also understood something else. He didn't want to be involved in wars. Why not? Why would the man that was at the top of the military establishment in Europe not want to be involved in a war? Well, In January of 1945, he had sent a letter to Marshall and said, "Oh my God, this bulge is terrible. The Germans have done something we didn't think they could do. I need more men." And Marshall wrote back, "You're not getting any more. You've got all the forces that you're going to get. You better get out there and win the war." So Eisenhower learned there were limits to what we could produce.
That's right.
Limits to how much we could invest. And we were not Stalin. We could not pave the road to Berlin with millions and millions and millions and millions of dead troops, dead soldiers, and destroyed lives and civilians. So he kept us out. Now, then you get Jack Kennedy, and later on you get LBJ and Nixon, and these three people were at a very low level during the Second World War, and they were in the Pacific. And they saw these vast fleets on the ocean and aircraft in the sky, and they said, "We're the greatest country in the world. My God, no one can do what we can do. Our power is limitless." And Eisenhower always said, that's a mirage. Our power is limited, always.
Yes.
And we have to operate within limits. I don't see anyone with a sense of that in Washington. No one, not in the White House, not anywhere.
Yeah, it's called hubris, and it's the death of men and empires. Colonel Douglas MacGregor, thank you for that wise summation of everything that's happening. And I hope
Thank you, Tucker. God bless.
God bless. Thank you.
I like making my podcast. I don't like making short clips of my podcast. So the AI chooses the best clips.
All right, guys. So I'm gonna shut that off. Go full screen here real quick. Does anybody have any suggestions on what to put on? I think as of right now, I'm gonna go with the video that Clint from Liberty Lockdown just put on. Tyler Oliveira just got shut up for exposing Lakewood, New Jersey, which is a town less than 10 minutes from me. And everything that he said in his video is 100% factual. 100% factual, and they completely nuked his channel out of orbit. All right, so I'm gonna go to Clint's video. Guys, if you want to message me, I'm on Twitter at AmericaFirstFTR. I'm on Instagram, AmericaFirstFTR. I'm on Facebook, AmericaFirstFTR. I'm on Gmail, AmericaFirstFTR. You guys can contact me on any of those platforms. I was somehow able to lock down this handle on all of them. So, yeah, please reach out. Like, if you guys have stuff you want to share with me, please, like, I'm all for it, man. I am all for it. Alright, hold on. Let's go to
payroll
video from
and by people I mean like
that he posted, and
it's insane. And people are going, "Oh, he's a patriot." Yeah, he's a patriot for Israel. He's a patriot for the Antichrist. He's a patriot for the New World Order. We need to go to war. It is time to name and shame the shills. Name and shame every shill. If you are not with your whole being right now against the war in Iran, fuck you. And you need to be called out. Otherwise, don't call yourself right-wing. Don't call yourself America First. Don't call yourself a Trump supporter.
Welcome back to the non-interventionist camp, Nick Fuentes. Oh, how I've missed you. I don't know why you and I parted ways when it came to the Venezuela thing, but man, that's the type of rant we need right now.
People need to be called out. American sons and daughters are killing children and civilians and enemy combatants, and also being killed by them for the sake of a foreign country's agenda. As long as that is happening, we are not free. We are not sovereign. We are not independent. We are not America.
Listen, it's called Connect Team, and it's insane. I don't do schedules or timesheets manually anymore. And it works? Oh, like you wouldn't believe.
Guys, like, share, subscribe, comment. I appreciate all of you being in here. Like, I can't even tell you how much I support you guys, or how much I appreciate you guys being in here. Help me get out there. Help me get my voice out there. Help me make a difference. Because that's what I want to do. You want to know why I got motivated to do this? Because Charlie Kirk got killed for using his voice. And when our administration decided to be complicit in the cover-up of what actually happened to him, that's when I was done. And that's what motivated me to use my voice and sit here in front of a camera and talk to nobody, and talk to 5 people, talk to 200 of you. I don't care if I make a difference in one person's life and wake them up to what is really going on. But my voice is the one thing that I have. And Charlie inspired me to use it. And I will continue to use it until I no longer have one. Because what happened to that kid was so unbelievably tragic. It was done in front of the entire world, and it was done in front of the entire world as for a reason, and to send a message that you don't go against the Zionist cause. And I'm not going to take it. I'm not going to take it. So I will use my voice every day to speak out against how our country has been subverted, how they have taken over both sides of the aisle, how it is no longer a Democrat and Republican issue. That is the narratives fed to us to distract us from what's really going on. Because the entire time we're fighting about Democrats and Republicans, nobody was paying attention to America losing its sovereignty to Israel. But I think a lot of people are realizing it now. So let's go back to Clint's interview, and I will jump in from time to time just to make sure I don't get pulled for copyright or anything like that.
So don't. It's insane. And people are going, oh, he's a patriot. Yeah, he's a patriot for Israel. He's a patriot for the Antichrist. He's a patriot for the New World Order. We need to go to war. It is time to name and shame the shills. Name and shame every shill. If you are not with your whole being right now against the war in Iran, fuck you. And you need to be called out. Otherwise, don't call yourself right-wing. Don't call yourself America first. Don't call yourself a Trump supporter.
Welcome back to the non-interventionist camp, Nick Fuentes. Oh, how I've missed you. I don't know why you and I parted ways when it came to the Venezuela thing, but man, that's the type of rant we need right now.
People need to be called out. American sons and daughters are killing children and civilians and enemy combatants, and also being killed by them for the sake of a foreign country's agenda. As long as that is happening, we are not free. We are not sovereign. We are not independent. We are not America. So don't call yourself a patriot. Don't call yourself American. Don't call yourself America first if you are not opposing this with every cell in your body. Otherwise, you are a liar and a hypocrite.
That's exactly what I've been doing over the past year, really. Longer than that, but really loudly for the past year. It's so obvious, so insanely obvious that people are on the payroll. And by people, I mean like 80% the top influencers in the country, like 80%, easily. We had this amazing moment where we're galvanized around, hating the endless wars and wanting to put America first and identifying that like our financial future and basically the future of our nation, if not the planet, was all predicated.
Al Jazeera is reporting residents of Tehran overnight experienced some of the most intense bombardment of the war. At least 40 people were reportedly killed near the city's Risalat Square in Lebanon. The death toll from Israel's attacks are nearing 500. About 700,000 residents have been displaced. Earlier today, Iran reportedly fired drones towards Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and United Arab Emirates, where a large fire broke out in an industrial area home to petrochemical plants. A suspected Iranian missile also hit a residential building in the capital of Bahrain, killing one person and injuring 8 others. On Monday, the Pentagon posted online a photo of a missile with the words "No Mercy" superimposed on it. An accompanying message read, "We have only just begun to fight." But soon after, Trump told CBS News, quote, "I think the war is very complete, pretty much," he said. Trump's CBS interview led oil prices to drop and for global stocks to quickly rise. But after the Wall Street markets closed, Trump told Republicans in Florida the U.S. hasn't, quote, won enough. At a news conference on Monday night, ABC News reporter Selena Wang questioned Trump about the conflicting messages.
Mr. President, you've said the war is, quote, very complete, but your defense secretary says this is just the beginning. So which is it, and how long should Americans be prepared?
Well, I think you could say it both. It's the beginning. It's the beginning of building a new country. But they have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft equipment. It's all been blown up. They have no radar, they have no telecommunications, and they have no leadership. It's all gone. So, you could look at that statement. We could call it a tremendous success right now as we leave here. I could call it, or we could go further, and we're going to go further. But the big risk on that war has been over for 3 days. We wiped them out in the first 2 days.
On Monday, President Trump said he had a good call with Russian President Vladimir Putin, who reportedly proposed a, quote, quick political and diplomatic end to the Iranian conflict, unquote. We begin today's show with retired Army Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson, who served as Chief of Staff to Secretary of State Colin Powell during the run-up and early years of the U.S. war on Iraq. He's taught national security affairs at both George Washington University and the College of William and Mary. Colonel Wilkerson, welcome back to Democracy Now! Can you respond to what has taken place over this last 11 days, starting with the diplomatic talks in Geneva between Iran and the United States? And as those talks were just wrapping up, U.S. and Israel attacked Iran and killed the supreme leader there. Your response?
Yes, and Amy, for the second time, we violated international law in that respect and just common human decency. And your comments at the opening of the show were spot on, but not nearly broad and deep enough. I come from an administration of George W. Bush and Richard Bruce Cheney that committed war crimes that Colin Powell and his lawyer Will Taft and I agonized over in trying to present some message to the American people about them. This administration has committed more war crimes in the last few days than I think any country since Adolf Hitler committed. And that is an incredible condemnation of this entire process. We have bombed civilians relentlessly. We have bombed a school. We have bombed a hospital. We have struck facilities in the nature of Iran's oil capacity that is now putting black poison all over 10 plus million people. And we are essentially not bombing ballistic missile sites and bombing war materiel. We're bombing people. We took a lesson from the IDF, if you will. We are bombing people, as incidentally they are still doing in Gaza and doing now in Lebanon to a fare thee well. These are all war crimes. And one wishes with fond hope that someday we might be called before the bar of justice and have to account for these war crimes. And what you just talked about is a crime also in the eyes of international relations and people who want to keep decent international relations ongoing in the world. We're destroying that. And on top of all of that, and this is the real serious problem here for America, Trump and Hegseth and Rubio and the other entourage of their national security complex have completely misjudged the nature of this war, as has to a certain extent Bibi Netanyahu. This is a country as big as Western Europe with 93 million people, probably 90 million of whom will fight us to the bitter death, who live in terrain that almost killed Alexander the Great. It is entirely inhospitable to military operations, and Trump is actually talking about putting ground forces there. And the only way he will be able to claim any nature of victory is to do that. Only that will be the end of the empire's presence in the Levant and the Middle East in general, because we will not be able to sustain that economically, physically. We do not have the soldiers or Marines to do that. But that's what he's talking about. This is pure nonsense. There was a column in Haaretz yesterday, and the title of the column essentially was Trump will chicken out in this war too. I'm sorry, he's not going to chicken out necessarily. That might be the tone intent he puts to it. He's going to be defeated, as are we.
Colonel, I wanted to ask you, we played that clip with Trump talking about all the damage that Iran has sustained, but there's been very little acknowledgement by the U.S. military or the White House to the enormous damage that has occurred to the U.S. military footprint in the Middle East for decades. All of these bases and a radar, multi-billion-dollar radar, were established throughout the region. And what's your understanding of the nature of the damage that has occurred to all of these bases, not just among the Gulf states, but also even in Iraq and other places of the Middle East?
Yeah, that damage is enormous. And I think what you're witnessing right now is the initial steps of the empire, the American empire's retreat from the Levant and the Middle East in general. I don't think we're going to be able to sustain our presence there after what's going to happen here, particularly if we stay at this for a long time and really do take significant casualties. We're already taking more casualties than people know about because the media is not being apprised of them. Yes, we had the ceremony at Dover, but there are people getting ready at Landstuhl, our throughput hospital in Germany right now, to accept multiple casualties coming in. They've stopped their civilian service and so forth at that hospital. And other things are being geared up too, like Walter Reed. I don't think they have even a modicum of appreciation of what kind of casualties are going to result, though, especially if we put ground forces into Iran. And that is the only way, unless he just lies completely about it, that Trump is going to be able to assert any kind of real force with regard to this population. And to your point, in Bahrain, they have taken out billions of dollars worth of U.S. radar and equipment, including the vertical missile loading cranes. So now ships have to go all the way to Diego Garcia to load these weapons. They have essentially obliterated our capacity to carry out combat actions from a number of places in Saudi Arabia and Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. Al Udeid is actually under threat now too. And this is all part of the warp and woof of our ability to carry out combat operations in the region. I'm not even sure our biggest facility for passing on troops, throughput facility that we used in both Iraq wars, is in Kuwait. I'm not even sure that that's up now and able to do anything. So how would you even get Marines or soldiers, God forbid, into Iran? That's a huge problem. They will sink the ships that are coming to deposit those troops wherever they're coming. We have not really damaged their ballistic missile capability. And the media blackout on Israel is keeping the American people from seeing the enormous degree of destruction to Israel, the latest component of which was a riposte to Israel's having struck their oil facilities on Haifa, their oil facility port. And Haifa is being taken down much the way Eilat was taken down by the Houthis, the Al-Ansar in the Red Sea, when we failed to be able to reopen the Red Sea. And that's the next step. The Bab el-Mandeb will be closed once the Houthis have gotten into action full time again. And 60% of the world's commerce passes through the Red Sea. It's not oil and gas exclusively. It's all manner of things, foodstuffs, commodities, and such. So this is a war with long legs. Trump has completely misinterpreted it. The only one who's interpreted it correctly is Bibi Netanyahu, and I think he's ready to use a nuclear weapon should it become as bad as it looks like it might right now, because Iran has not even begun to shoot its most sophisticated missiles. And now the second and third class of those missiles is getting through almost without opposition. Imagine what these Mach 3, Mach 4 missiles with huge warheads that have maybe 100 different other warheads they display all across an area are going to do to Israel once they're fired. And they're still there, and they're still ready to fire.
And Colonel, I wanted to ask you, you mentioned the media coverage of what is going on in Israel. It has been amazing to me that all of the major U.S. media are based in Israel, in Tel Aviv, yet we are seeing the least amount of coverage of what is going on within Israel. I want to quote from a piece, an online piece that CNN reporter Oren Lieberman posted earlier this week. And he wrote, and I'm quoting, "Every reporter in Israel and every member of the public is subject to a military censor. On national security grounds, the regulation authorizes the censor to prohibit reporting or broadcasting any material that would reveal sensitive information or pose a threat to the country's security interest." And he goes on to say this is particularly sensitive during wartime when where the military censor has made clear that broadcasting any images that reveal the location of interceptor missiles or military sites hit by enemy projectiles is forbidden, especially in live broadcasts. Now, they say this on their website, but they never mention this on air. And none of the networks are mentioning on air that they are strictly prohibited from showing any actual real damage. I'm wondering your sense of what the responsibility of the U.S. media, especially since they're always showing us the results of the plumes rising in Abu Dhabi or in Saudi Arabia or even in Iran, but not the direct hits that are occurring within Israel.
I'll tell you what I told the senior editor to the Washington Post recently. I think it's abominable, the lies that the American mainstream media, both video and print, is telling the American people. And they're putting us in jeopardy in a real substantive sense because the American people have no way of judging just how foolhardy, how stupid, how unwise, how violative of international dictum and rule this war is. And when it gets to the point, I think this is the end of the Trump presidency, actually, because when it gets to the point where the pressure is so
I'm just reading what's going on in the chat. If you go to a church and your pastor or your preacher or your priest is telling you that if you don't support the nation of Israel, you are going to hell, or you are not following God's word, if you are a Christian, they are manipulating your faith and they are using your faith to weaponize it against you for a geopolitical cause. Okay. The covenant was broken when the Jews decided to reject Jesus. A new covenant was created when Jesus said, "The only way to the Father is through me." Any of these pastors or preachers from these mega churches that are pushing this Zionist agenda, they know that they are manipulating people's faith. They know that they are purposely taking the Word of God and manipulating it to push a political agenda. I think that is one of the lowest and grimiest I can't find the adjectives to describe how angry that makes me. Because I found my faith when I was at one of my most vulnerable times in my life is when I found my faith. And it's at those times that people are the most susceptible to being manipulated. So to take advantage of people and their faith, I truly don't have the words. These people know what they're doing is wrong. They are purposely doing it. And when the time comes, they will have to answer for it. But if you are a Christian, and this is what your pastor or preacher is telling you, they are purposely leading you astray. And you need to do a little bit more digging and a little bit more research into the religion and into the book, and look at the real interpretations of what is being said, because the covenant with the Jews was broken and replaced with a covenant with the followers of Christ. And that is the covenant that still exists. That is the covenant that matters. Don't let people weaponize your faith or your religion to support a geopolitical, bastardized nation that is actively committing genocide, bombing women and children indiscriminately. And they say they're doing it in the name of God. Jesus, just as simple as this could possibly be. You know those bracelets that people wear that say WWJD, what would Jesus do? Ask yourself, do you really think that Jesus would support this? That Jesus would support what's going on? Would support the ethnic cleansing of Gaza? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Great. And some of this has to come out and casualties are manifest. Then the American people are going to ask really important questions. Why did you lie to us? Why did you tell us what you were telling us? Why did you start this war of choice? Iran was no threat to the United States of America whatsoever. Did you go to war for Israel? We have heard you went to war for Israel. These are questions that are finally going to get out there in the hustings and going to have to be answered by someone, probably your local congressman, the supine body that has done nothing to check this president, particularly in the war power. And we haven't even talked about that. This is a complete violation of the Constitution of the United States. Just as Kofi Annan said about the 2003 Iraq war, it's an illegal war. And he went on to say it was a violation of our own Constitution. And he was absolutely right. But this pales, or that pales, in comparison with what Trump is doing right now and what he is going to probably have to do in order to seem to correct his errors. And I'm truly worried that this destruction of Israel is going to reach a point. I listened to Netanyahu recently speaking in Hebrew to his clan, to his group, Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, and others like that. And at the end of his remarks in Hebrew, which was translated for me very reliably, I think, he essentially said that if it went south, if it went bad, he was prepared to show the Iranians something they had never seen before. I think he meant a nuclear weapon. And I go back to 1973 when Golda Meir told a BBC reporter, you can check, it was printed in London the next day on the front page, that she would use a nuclear weapon in response to his question, would you use a nuclear weapon? Because at that time, they were pretty hard pressed in the 73 war. And she said, yes, without equivocation. I think we're back at that point again, and for probably a far more dangerous situation.
I know you have to go, Colonel Wilkerson, but I just want to point out you were the former chief of staff of Secretary of State Colin Powell, who dragged his feet on supporting the U.S. invasion of Iraq in 2003, but ultimately gave that speech that he would call a stain on his career at the UN. It was critical for Bush, President Bush, that it was Colin Powell who gave this speech because he was seen as the reluctant warrior. And he gave that speech saying there was evidence of Saddam Hussein having weapons of mass destruction. Can you make a parallel to what we're seeing today?
I can, but I think this is far greater a travesty and a tragedy. That was bad enough, and torture was the thing that broke my back, and ultimately it sort of broke Colin Powell's back too, because we realized that we had signed up not only to a war that was not necessary, we had signed up to a president of the United States for the first time in the nation's history, making public policy torture. Other human beings being tortured was made presidential public policy. This is far worse, I think, and it's been building for some time. It's been building all since Trump was elected, and actually since his first administration. And I think it makes what we did, not to discount it, but it makes it pale by comparison, and it makes me deeply concerned about the future of this republic.
Thanks for watching.
All right, guys, I am gonna go back to Clint from Liberty Lockdown, and we're gonna go back to his live stream. Well, we'll go back to his video. I don't think he did it live. And we'll jump in and we'll put commentary on this too, because Clint brings up a lot of valid points.
This mission was actually accomplished, that we stopped with the endless interventions in the Middle East, or more broadly around the world. And then suddenly Donald Trump, the peace president, says we're going to war, and you got most of the water carriers are dutifully carrying the water. And I think Nick's absolutely right. And I want to basically echo his sentiment and encourage you to take it further. Please, if you oppose this, which you ought to, if you oppose this, please call these people out. Make it so obvious. And most of you are already doing it, so I don't need to lecture you. But I'm just saying, all hands on deck right now. We need as many people as possible just obliterating all of the war hawks in their comments all the time, 24/7. Like, they should be ratioed into oblivion. If you think that they're on the payroll, they probably are. If you know that they're on the payroll, definitely call it out. And just turn up the temperature. Put the pressure on these people. They have completely 180'd from all of their campaign promises and everything that the influencer class alleged to have supported. And now it's just like, oh, we're the traitors. We're the ones that they're calling out constantly. Don't permit that. Do not allow it. The truth is on your side. Have courage. Have the courage of your convictions, and just put your feet in the fucking ground and let them know that this is not the trajectory that we want to be on. And anybody who's taking us down this path is the enemy.
Disagreement between yourself and your vice president when it comes to U.S. action in Iran?
I don't think so, no. No, we get along very well on this. He was, I would say, philosophically a little bit different than me. I think he was maybe less enthusiastic about going, but he was quite enthusiastic. But I felt it was something we had to do. I didn't feel we had a choice. If we didn't do it, they would have done it to us. I felt, based on the negotiations that were being had by Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner and Marco and Pete, and everybody was involved, I felt.
Now, Clint's going to bring up this this point here very soon. But Jared Kushner, who is his son-in-law, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, who is a Christian Zionist, and I forgot the other guy's name. Hold on, let me 1 second.
Maybe less enthusiastic about going, but he was quite enthusiastic. But I felt it was something we had to do. I didn't feel we had a choice. If we didn't do it, they would have done it to us. I felt, based on the negotiations that were being had by Steve Witkoff and...
Steve Witkoff. It was Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, Marco Rubio, and Pete Hegseth. Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner are Jewish Zionists. Pete Hegseth, a Christian Zionist, and Marco Rubio, who is in office thanks to the Adelson's money, so he's not going to go against them. All Zionists are in charge of the negotiations with Iran, and the people influencing Donald Trump's decision-making into going into war with Iran. So when you have all Zionists in charge of your negotiations, what do you think the end result of those negotiations is going to be? Probably what we're looking at right now, right?
Jared Kushner and Marco and Pete, and everybody was involved. I felt that they were going to that they were looking to tap us along before they hit, and I thought they were going to hit. And if they hit us first, that would have been a very bad thing.
Trump gave not one, but two press conferences yesterday, and we actually learned a hell of a lot. First off, there's two takeaways just from that clip alone. First off, he says, the journalist is asking him, was there much daylight between you and J.D. Vance on this? Because there has been some reports that he was, lackluster in his support on the actions in Iran. Well, according to Trump,
websites your competitors don't want you to know, part 2. All you do is go to this website.
Guys, let me take this time to say I'm a cheap bastard and I don't pay for YouTube Premium, so I'll skip through the commercials. Also, if this is your first time here, my name is Ricky. This is America First, FTR. And the FTR stands for a couple things. Fuck the rest. Forget the rest. But I think most importantly right now, it stands for Free the Republic. Because it seems as if the United States is no longer a sovereign nation. So, I am just getting started on my YouTube and social media career. It would mean the world to me if you could like this video, drop a comment, subscribe, share it, do whatever you can. Just help me get my voice out. That's all I want. Back to the video.
It lets you find out exactly how much your competitors are making.
no, there was hardly any daylight. The only thing that he would give JD is that he was perhaps a little less enthusiastic than Donald Trump. So as far as I'm concerned, JD Vance's chances in 28 are toast. But setting that aside, I think that the interesting other aspect of this is that when asked what catalyzed this moment, he references four names: Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, Marco Rubio, and Pete Hegseth. What do those four people have in common? I'll help you out. Pete Hegseth believes that we have to rebuild the third temple so that Christ can come back. So yeah, I would say he's pretty hardcore Zionist. Marco Rubio has been put on the map and maintained on the map by the Adelsons as well as Singer. So yeah, pretty hardcore Zionist. Steve Witkoff, Jewish American Zionist, and Jared Kushner, who used to have Netanyahu sleeping in his bedroom when he was a child. Not a lie. Look it up. It's true. So yeah, I think it's fair to call him a Zionist. Maybe. So we now have acknowledgement straight from the President of the United States, Donald Trump, that four overt, hardcore Zionists were the people that were advising him on why he had to take this action. And basically he's alleging that had he not taken this action, that Israel would have gotten hit hard.
This was always a dark cloud hanging over not only Israel, which was going to get wiped out. You know, if we didn't do that B-2 attack, Israel would have been wiped out. They would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks after that.
So the dark cloud of Iran was hanging over Israel. Did he mention the United States in that? Nope, did not. Does it matter? Yeah, well, it kind of does. Because the only way that he can have legal authority to actually take action in Iran is if they are an imminent threat to us, America. At least constitutionally speaking, that is what it's supposed to be. Obviously, it's not. But what's even more alarming in all that, I'm not even sure that Trump is lying. I know that sounds like a weird thing to be alarmed by, but when he says that had we not done the B-2 strikes on the nuclear facilities in Iran, that they would have had a nuclear weapon in 2 weeks, there is literally zero evidence that that's true. There's ample evidence that it's false. Our own intelligence reports said that that was not the case. According to Tulsi Gabbard in early 25, just a year ago, that no, they were not pursuing nuclear weapons and that they were not close to having a nuclear weapon. But he is now claiming that had we not bombed Natanz and elsewhere, that they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks. Now, does he say that had they gotten a nuclear weapon, that America would have been struck? No, he immediately hops to Israel. So we neither have imminent threat, nor do we have a threat to us, America. We have a threat to Israel, potentially based off of a lie, which, in my opinion, pretty clearly, he was advised upon by 4 hardcore Zionists in his cabinet. So the claim has now migrated from Marco Rubio saying that they knew that Israel was going to strike Iran, and therefore they believed that Iran was going to counterstrike on American troops abroad, and that's why we had to move when we moved, to now saying, while leaving out the part about Israel striking Iran first, Trump is just saying they were going to hit us. Within a week, they were going to hit us. I'm sorry, but there is 0% chance that's accurate. There is absolutely no chance in hell that you are going to get a preemptive strike from the Iranians upon American assets in the Middle East. That was not going to happen. It is a total and obvious lie. And how do I know it was a lie? Well, because we took our B-2s and blew up their nuclear facilities, and they didn't do it then. That's right. Despite an obvious act of aggression back in, I think it was June of 25, they didn't hit us hard then. We didn't lose any troops then. But now we've lost 7 at minimum. But the good news is that this war is almost over.
Imagine being able to reach 15 million views on the first video of a new YouTube channel. You start at 0 subscribers. Imagine that video attracts 5 million views in its first month and a half and 12 million views in the first year of being released.
That'd be great.
And it just keeps...
Maybe.
Mr. President, you've said the war is, quote, very complete, but your defense secretary says this is just the beginning. So which is it, and how long should Americans be prepared
Well, I think
for
you could
this war
say
to
it
last
both.
for?
It's the beginning of building a new country, but they have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft equipment. It's all been blown up. They have no radar, they have no telecommunications, and they have no leadership. It's all gone. So, you could look at that statement. We could call it a tremendous success right now as we leave here. I could call it, or we could go further, and we're going to go further. But
so you could say that it's a tremendous victory, and we've basically just nullified their entire capacity to wage war. Or you could say it's the beginning. It's either the end, or it's the beginning, or it's the beginning of the end, or the end of the beginning. So 2 things came out from Trump yesterday in terms of whether or not this war was ending. And Trump said, yeah, it looks like it's pretty much over. And then he also, about an hour later, Truth Social posts saying, if Iran does anything that stops the flow of oil within the Strait of Hormuz, which they already have, by the way, they will be hit by the United States of America 20 times harder than they have been hit thus far. Additionally, we will take out easily destroyed. By the way, 20 times harder. How do you do that? 20 times harder. It sounds like you're threatening nukes. That's what it sounds like. Additionally, we will take out easily destroyable targets that will make it virtually impossible for Iran to ever be built back. Interesting. Again, death, fire, and fury will rain upon them. But I hope and pray that it does not happen. Well, if only someone was, in a position to have that not happen. Continuing. This is a gift from the United States of America to China and all of those nations that heavily use the Hormuz Strait. Hopefully, it is a gesture that will be greatly appreciated. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So as you can tell, we have some deeply mixed messaging when it comes to this war. Have we already prevailed? Is it over? Is it just beginning? Are we winning? Is it even a war? Nobody knows. Sure, we assassinated their top 50 leadership in a single strike, and we have bombed the hell out of them. And they are firing back missiles at us, killing American troops. They've also launched tons of missiles at Tel Aviv, killing some amount of people. We have no idea because the Israelis suppress those details. The Iranians also suppress their details, so we don't know how many people are actually dying in Iran. But safe to say, by most estimates, thousands of people have already died. We don't know really much of anything, but we do know that this is a war. The problem is that we don't know if it's just begun or if it...
So when I play a video through StreamYard, it automatically lowers my microphone volume while the other video is playing. Is my microphone volume too low right now? Or is my mic volume good? Because if it's good, I'll leave it. If it's not, I'll turn it up. Somebody let me know in the comments so I could get this video going again. I don't want anybody sitting around watching nothing, listen to me talk to myself. This is what I'll do. I'll turn up my mic volume a little bit. I don't wanna overpower anything, but let's run it up to there. Maybe that'll make a difference. Maybe it won't. We'll find out. I don't want to lose viewers. Alright. Back to the stream. Here we go.
If it's ending or if it's about to escalate, but it could be peace is on the horizon, or we could hit them 20 times harder if they shut down the Strait of Hormuz, which, by the way, is shut down. The insurance rates for freighters has tripled over the past couple weeks. Tripled. So the insurance rate is usually, historically, about 0.5% of the total cargo that's shipped. That's what insurance carriers offer, is that you give us basically 0.5% of the value, and we will insure the totality if you lose your shipment by terrorism or war or whatever. It's up 300% in 2 weeks, which means you're now paying 1.5%. Now, for the non-business acumen folks out there, when you're talking about profit margins on shipping, sure, there's a decent profit margin, but when it's 1.5%, well, now you're cutting into profits big time, to the extent that some of these companies are just saying, not worth it. In fact,
and these are all costs that are going to end up going to the bottom line of the average American. We're going to be paying more at the gas pump. We're going to be paying more at the grocery store. We're going to be paying more at Walmart. We're going to be paying more for everything. You know why? Because you need fuel and oil to transport fucking everything. Everything. So, if you thought inflation was bad now, wait until the results of the shipping increases hit our bottom line. And prices are really going to go through the roof. So, all this is doing is costing American lives, costing the safety of us here at home, right? Because we had open borders for 4 years. We have a minimum of 20 million people that came into this country undocumented. Very easily, there could be sleeper cells in this country that got across. We have opened ourselves up to lone wolf radical attacks, and we have opened ourselves up to the good old never fails false flag attack. Because you know what Iran is claiming? Iran is claiming that it didn't strike Saudi Aramco. And it didn't strike the hotel in Dubai. Iran's foreign minister even said, how would it benefit us to start an oil-field war? And when you look at it from that perspective, he's right. Iran makes almost all of their money from oil. So why would Iran escalate the war to attacking oil fields when that's how all of their money comes in? The UAE and Dubai and Saudi Arabia, they have other means of bringing in money. Iran doesn't. So it would not benefit Iran at all to attack oil fields. So there are reports coming out of Saudi Arabia that 2 Mossad agents were arrested for planning bombings in their country. But the diplomatic thing to do in a situation like that is to not admit to it, right? It's not one of those things that generally you admit to on a world stage, but those reports are coming from credible sources that Mossad agents were arrested planning attacks against infrastructure in those countries, probably to draw more people into the conflict against Iran. And I'm not saying that we should take Iran's word at face value, because it's Iran and we shouldn't. But when you look at it from the perspective of how would it benefit us at all to attack oil fields, because that is where all of our money comes from, they have a pretty compelling argument. And nothing against Philadelphia, our greatest ally, but one thing Mossad is known for is committing false flag attacks, like a car bombing outside their own embassy in Britain. I'm just saying. I'm not accusing anybody of anything. I'm just saying history points to maybe another culprit.
All of these companies are saying not worth it. They are not going through the Strait of Hormuz right now. But here's the really ingenious thing, and I don't want to give too much credit to the Iranians, but credit where due. They are now offering that any ship from any country in which that country kicks out the U.S. ambassador and the Israeli ambassador from their nation, they will allow them to sail through the Strait of Hormuz safely. So the Iranians are playing hardball. They are playing for keeps right now. And honestly, if you were in their boots, you'd do the same thing. What else are you going to do? You're just going to accept total conquest? You have 50 of your leaders get taken out in a blink, and you're just going to be like, all right, we're not going to do anything about this? No. That's what they did after the attacks in Natanz. They're done with that now. And here's what I think were the expectations of the Trump administration, is that they thought that taking out dozens of the leadership of Iran would be enough to cause turmoil and have the people rise up and have the regime fall. Obviously, they thought that there was a decent chance that happened. It did not happen. It's nowhere close to happening. Here is the Iranian people going out in the streets during a massive bombing campaign by both the Israelis and the Americans, and this is their reaction as they basically announce their new leader, the son of the supreme leader, Khomeini, who is replacing his father. Now, my initial reaction when I saw that was probably AI or from a different event, World Cup. There's all this like fake stuff that circulates during war. Well, no, actually, a New York Times reporter was there to take a photo of it. Glenn Greenwald has confirmed it, that in fact, this really did happen. So long story short.
Here, let's go back. Does this look like a country that's about to start a revolution against its leadership? Like we were told by the Trump administration, the Iranian people are going to rise up and take back their country? That's not what this looks like at all. This looks like a country that's will never be broken. That's what this looks like.
Now, my initial reaction when I saw that was probably AI or from a different event, World Cup. You know, there's all this like fake stuff that circulates during war. Well, no, actually, a New York Times reporter was there to take a photo of it. Glenn Greenwald has confirmed it, that in fact, this really did happen. So long story short, if you thought that you were going to break the will of the Iranian people and get them to overthrow their leadership, looks like the exact opposite thing just happened. It's kind of a weird thing. When you bomb a country, no matter how much a people hate their existing government, they tend to rally around it. Yeah.
That's right.
Just like we didn't really love our government in 9/11, but we rallied around George Bush pretty hard, didn't we? Yeah, that's kind of how things play out usually. And there's another fact that I really didn't want to be true, but it appears to be confirmed at this point. This is what Donald Trump had to say about the school bombing on day 1 of the war in Iran.
You just suggested that Iran somehow got its hands on a Tomahawk and bombed its own elementary school on the first day of the war. But you're the only person in your government saying this. Even your defense secretary wouldn't say that when he was asked, standing over your shoulder on your plane on Saturday. Why are you the only person saying this?
Because I just don't know enough about it. I think it's something that I was told is under investigation. But Tomahawks are used by others, as you know. Numerous other nations have Tomahawks. They buy them from us. But I will certainly, whatever the report shows, I'm willing to live with that report.
And there's been a lot of dark moments in the 5th year of Trump's presidency, but this may take the cake, saying, you know, there's a lot of countries that have Tomahawks, so we don't know that it was ours. And then also saying that whatever the investigation comes up with, whatever the report says, he's willing to live with it. Just so you know what happened, 160 elementary school girls in Iran were killed within the first strike, the first day of strikes in Iran. 160 plus little girls. And Trump says he can live with that. To which I ask, why? Why can you live with that?
Imagine being able to build anything.
Hold on, guys.
Just by thinking about it.
You know me.
Meet Base 44.
I'll say it again. I'm a
complete AI creation platform.
I'm not going to pay
made for anyone with an idea.
How can you live with it? How can you live with yourself if you were responsible for something that horrific? I mean, I'll be the first to acknowledge that sometimes war is necessary, particularly revolutionary wars and particularly wars of defense. Sometimes war is necessary. But even in a war of defense, even in a revolutionary war, if you kill 160 little girls, even if it's on accident, scare quotes, how can you live with that? How would you not be just mortified beyond belief? Especially from the right wing, the people who are pro-life, the people who claim to differentiate themselves from the left by just constantly admonishing them, saying, we are the pro-life movement. But then when it comes to war, even little girls are fair game. 160 plus little girls. It's beyond the pale.
I want to bring in Jen Griffin, our national.
My mic is only low when video clips are playing. Streamlab or StreamYard automatically does it, and I don't know how to change that setting, so I have to figure that out. But as soon as I stop playing the video clip, my mic volume comes back up. I will figure out how to adjust that setting. I don't know how to do it. Back to the video.
National security correspondent. One of the questions, Jen, in that news conference was about the strike on the girls' school that's next to a base in Iran, and it was a Tomahawk missile. The president saying Tomahawks are used by other countries, but an investigation is ongoing. What do we know about where that stands?
Well, that was a bit surprising to me because basically the U.S. has Tomahawks. Tomahawks have to be fired from either submarines or from warships. The Brits and the Australians have Tomahawks, but they're not part of this conflict. And then you also have the Japanese who are in a testing phase. So it seems highly unlikely that it would be anyone's Tomahawk other than a U.S. Tomahawk that hit that school. And I think the president knows that. He just knows that this is a certainly a mistake, a big mistake, and it's being investigated, but he's trying to sort of muddy the waters by talking about the Tomahawks.
And it ain't just me or Glenn Greenwald saying this, or Tucker Carlson saying this, or Candace Owens saying it. No, that's Jen Griffin over on Fox News telling Brett Baer that. So, you know, it's pretty ironclad that, yeah, the American military took out 160 plus little girls. How can you live with yourself? Well, Lindsey Graham lives with himself just fine.
All the anti-Seminites to all the isolationists, I don't believe. Forget it. I'm not with you. I'm with Israel. I will be with Israel to our dying day. They're the best ally we could hope for. So we have a commander-in-chief in President Trump, who I think is Ronald Reagan.
Lindsey Graham needs to Lindsey Graham needs to go back to whatever gay bar he crawled out of the closet from and just stay there for the rest of his life, getting railed from the back.
Reagan plus.
You hear that, isolationists? By the way, I'm not actually an isolationist. Isolationist implies that I'm not interested in trading with the rest of the world. I'm not an isolationist. In fact, Trump is actually more of an isolationist than I am when it comes to trade. But regardless, I am a non-interventionist. And what does Lindsey Graham say there? Forget it. He's going to stand with Israel, not with American non-interventionists. He's going to stand with a foreign country before he stands with some of his constituents in America. In fact, his only constituency.
Lindsey Graham will never know what it's like to love a child because all he does is get it on with dudes. So Lindsey Graham will never know what it's like to send a child to die in war. And if we're going to send our kids off to die at war, it shouldn't be for another country. It should be for our own. And it shouldn't be for political donors. It should be for the benefit of our country.
Is supposed to be in America. I mean, this is about as close as you'll ever get to someone just standing up, putting their hand on the Bible and saying, I'm a traitor to the United States of America.
Apparently you can go from 0 to a complete site in just a single prompt with Wix Harmony. I don't know if this is going to be possible. Where vibe coding meets drag.
Do I need to be any more clear about this? I support Israel over Americans in America who do not want to fight a war for Israel. I stand with Israel over them. Yeah. That's what a sitting senator out of South Carolina has to say. Treason. Well, is it not obviously treason? It's so obviously treason that you even have Laura Ingraham saying this to Ted Cruz. There's something big that Americans keep forgetting about. Behind the news cycles, behind the tariff wars, behind the ICE raids, behind all of it, there's an uncomfortable truth that we all need to admit.
You know what? I hate watching these guys do ads during their shows, but I can't wait for the time when I have a big enough audience to be able to do something like this, because it means I'm reaching a lot of voices. So I know that's a fucked up goal to have, but it's a rung on the ladder that I'm trying to climb. So let me skip this and go back.
Lindsey Graham, the journal is saying that Graham traveled several times to Israel in recent weeks to help make the case on Iran, meeting with members of the country's intelligence agency, spoke with Netanyahu, coaching him on how to lobby President Trump for action. Graham said that Netanyahu showed the president intel that persuaded President Trump to go ahead. Senator, I know you all talk to foreign leaders, and that happens routinely. But speaking to a foreign leader on the precipice of war and seeming to be lobbying or being an intermediary, which this seems to indicate, is that the right way to go?
Now, before we get to Ted Cruz's response, which you're going to love, yeah, Lindsey Graham is now documented having gone to Israel, spoken to Netanyahu. You know how he takes a monthly trip to Israel? No bullshit. Look it up. He goes like once a month. This man is a senator out of South Carolina, and he goes to Israel once a month, or at least he has for many months now. And the reporting is pretty ironclad. Certainly Lindsey Graham isn't refuting it whatsoever. In fact, he's usually acknowledging it, that, yeah, he advised Bibi Netanyahu on the tact he should take, the angle he should take to convince Donald Trump to go to war with Iran. We have a sitting senator in America advising a foreign leader on how to trick the president of the United States into going war on the behalf and benefit of a foreign country. If that's not treason, I literally don't know what it is. It's just a word we should do away with. Kind of like perjury in front of Congress. Everybody perjures themselves in front of Congress, at least government officials do. Is anyone ever prosecuted? No, basically not at all. So like, we need to just do away with the words treason and perjury when it comes to government officials. They are so obviously above the law. It's insane. But just wait, just hold on 2 seconds and listen to Ted Cruz's response.
Well, listen, Lindsey is passionate about defending America, and he is on the road a lot. He's talking to world leaders all over the world. There are times when I agree with Lindsey. There are times when I don't. But when it comes to
what
the
about
threat,
this? Well, what about this? I mean, this is something of a totally different level, is it not?
No, actually, when it comes to the threat Iran poses, Lindsey agrees they pose a major threat to America, and I agree they pose a major threat to America.
Our point is working with Netanyahu so closely to lobby President Trump, acting as an intermediary for a foreign country. Is that appropriate? That was my simple question. I'm not trying to be difficult here, but that's slightly unusual, is it not? I agree with you on the other points.
I don't think it's a fair characterization that Lindsey is an intermediary for Israel. And a lot of the critics say, oh, the war is all about Israel. Understand, it's not about Israel. It is about America. The reason President Trump acted is to defend America. There's a reason the Ayatollah referred to Israel as the little Satan, and America is the great Satan.
So Ted Cruz says that it's also not unusual, not a problem. And I'm going to take him at his word that it's not unusual. It's not a problem in his worldview, which tells you everything you need to know, that this is actually how our government works, that you have a multitude of representatives in America allegedly representing you, Americans, and their job is to serve as lobbyists on behalf of Israel to get the president of the United States to do things on behalf of Israel. But no, he'll just shift right back into his Hotspur talking points. No, this is not about Israel. Well, according to Marco Rubio, yes, it was. According to Donald Trump, yes, it was. Hegseth, yes, it was. Kushner, Witkoff, all of his inner circle of advisors, yeah, they said, we have to do this. They lied to Trump, saying he will get a nuclear weapon and they will use it against Israel. So, yeah, this was on behalf of Israel. Crystal fucking clear. And by the way, it's also crystal clear that Lindsey Graham's a traitor. And if you don't think so, if you think this is how our government is supposed to function, then that means you are too. That's as crystal clear as I can make this. If you think that your job in the United States federal government is to lobby the president of the United States to go to war on behalf of foreign governments, you are absolutely and unequivocally a traitor to the United States of America. So obviously so that you have Laura Ingraham, who's about as ride or die Trump sycophant as you'll find, and total war hawk, total ride or die for Israel too, that she's going, yo, bro, what the fuck is this? You also got Matt Walsh, who's going off about it over the past 24 hours. So yeah, it's not just me. People are finally starting to realize that what we've been saying for a few years now, some of us for decades, is that we are subservient to a tiny foreign government 6,000 miles away. And it needs to stop.
You didn't think Charlie Kirk was worth talking to?
No, I would have. Would you speak to Tucker?
Land AI is releasing today a significant update to agentic document extraction.
Hold on, guys.
That uses
I would have to, because he's too influential, and I'm too curious as to my ability to possibly expose what the scam is with him, because it can't be that he really thinks this.
Yeah. Did you watch
it? What is your assessment of that? I'm talking about the Jew hating.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean,
is it really just that everybody has this? Not everybody, but so many of the people we just never thought of it. Candace Owens and Kanye and Megyn Kelly and lots of these. Is it that the Jew hating was always living right below the surface? It's a little like the herpes virus. You know, you get it as a kid when you get chicken pox. It lives in your body. It doesn't come out. It cannot come out till you get shingles later in life. And then the Jew hating, just like the shingles, it's the same virus. Is that what it is? Because, like, the permission that people have in the world today to hate Jews openly is so different than even a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. It just it's
This is one of the most infuriating clips I've ever seen in my life. First off, to put in the same grouping, you've got Kanye West, Candace Owens, and you group them with Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly, which, by the way, Megyn Kelly goes out of her way constantly. And they start with Charlie Kirk, who also went out of his way constantly, just as Megyn Kelly does, to say, love Jews, no hatred whatsoever, big fan of Israel. These people were like ride or die water carriers for Israel, and they are still getting grouped up with some people who are harshly critical of Israel, and some of them even verge into actual criticism of Jewish people broadly. And they're saying, no, Megyn Kelly, you're just like them. And it's and worse, it lies latent in your system. Did you hear what he said there? That it's like the chicken pox. It just lies latent in your system, that there's no catalyst for it. It will just appear from time to time. It's like the herpes virus. It'll just appear. It has nothing to do with us having to fund and watch a massive demolition of innocent little girls and boys in Gaza for a couple of years. No, it can't be that. It can't be that we had a president and his vice president and his entire team campaign on not fighting more wars in the Middle East, only to do so on behalf of Israel. And then we identify that fact, we call it out, we point it out, we say, hey, not only do we not support this, but you said you didn't support this, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance. You said that we're going to stop with this nonsense. And then they persist, and we go, hey, what the fuck is this? And you go, why do you hate Jews? Hey, Bill, we don't. But I'll tell you, when you start to group people in, those that oppose wars on behalf of Israel, and you say, well, if you don't support that war, that means you hate Jewish people. Well, a lot of people are just going to say, well, then fuck it, I guess I do. But that's not actually how this should go down. We should be able to dissent. We should be able to say, I don't support wars broadly because I'm not a demon, but I certainly don't support wars on behalf of foreign governments, using my blood and treasure to go wage war on behalf of another country. Normally, that would be considered treason. I guess it's not. Normally, it's just called being anti-war. Now you're the traitor. I'm the traitor. We're the traitors because we don't want to fight wars on behalf of Israel. Not only that, but we're hate-filled. We can't just oppose these things because we oppose them on moral grounds. No, we are deeply immoral, and we hate the religion of the nation that we don't want to fight and die for. What sense does that make? And then add on to the top of that, that you've got two Jewish men, ethnically Jewish, Bill Maher, Sam Harris, who are atheists, have no religious affiliation. In fact, they're most famous for saying how much they don't believe in God, who happen to agree wholeheartedly with this war, with any war against Muslims, which makes you wonder, how atheist are you really? Now, obviously, there's the Norm Finkelsteins of the world and Dave Smiths of the world and lots of other Jewish people in the world that are not on board with this war. But I will say, when you see a bunch of Jewish atheists, ethnically Jewish atheists that come out in favor of this war and willing to call you an anti-Semite if you're not on board with this war, yeah, I understand why anti-Semitism increases during that environment. How could it not? Like, you're basically accusing us of being evil while demanding that we do evil on behalf of your religion, which you're not even religious about. How is that not like gaslighting, insanity? How is it not going to make people be like, hey, maybe you're the problem? And that's exactly what's happening. More and more people are feeling that way. And I can't blame them, because when you have people like Bill Maher and Sam Harris sitting there joking about how anti-Semitism lies latent in our bodies like chicken pox, well, yeah, a lot of people are going to go, well, you're obviously bigoted against us. That's what that is. To say that it lies dormant in our system and just appears out of nowhere is to imply that there is hatred of a group of people that is just internally embedded in us genetically.
Yep.
Think about how unbelievably racist that is. That's like me saying you have a genetic predisposition to, I don't know, start a bank. Would you accept it if I were to say that? No, you wouldn't. It would be insulting and it would be wrong, because you actually only have a genetic disposition to be a bad stand-up comic and a political commentator. So obviously it would be false. But we could both play this game, right? And it would be insulting if I were to do that. Clearly it would be, and it would be wrong. So I'm not going to. So I'd appreciate it if you and your fucking atheist homeboy over there don't do that to me or Tucker Carlson or Megyn Kelly or anybody else. Fucking crazy. And just as I was talking about, here's Piers Morgan talking about the smears and attacks coming from Ben Shapiro.
Ben Shapiro used to make a mockery of deplatforming when the person being deplatformed was Ben Shapiro, usually by shrieking protesters on woke campuses. But his uncompromising views on Israel and America's military and political support for Israel have turned him into a cancel culture vulture with the very same sneering intolerance he used to loathe. If you disagree with him, you're a Nazi, he says, channeling Kamala Harris. Everybody knows my position on Israel. I vehemently defended Israel's right to respond and defend itself after October the 7th. I became increasingly critical of Israel because its government's actions in Gaza became impossible to defend. We don't need to relitigate all of that now. But as Dave Smith correctly points out, it's not just me. Polling shows the American people have turned against Israel and its government in particular for precisely the same reasons. If Ben listened to some of the arguments instead of just throwing tantrums about them, he might understand why.
So this is the trend that I see playing out right now.
Whoa, man, amazing car. When did you become a millionaire?
What is this for?
We're trying to get advice for the younger generation.
I made my first million last year, actually.
What line of work are you in?
I'm in sales.
Okay, what's the best advice you can give someone that's in sales?
You're only as good as your sales reps and your CRM.
What CRM do you use?
We used to use one of the old legacy CRMs, but it just didn't give us the speed and agility that we needed. But then we switched to Monday CRM and sales started flying.
Why is the CRM so important?
Well, no specific CRM.
Lost some of your most hardcore water carriers. I mean, Piers Morgan spent an entire year plus after October 7th, just constantly. The first question he would ask any critic of the war would be, do you condemn Hamas? That was like the number one thing he would fire back with, which is so just bottom of the barrel questioning. But he has evolved tremendously to the point that he is now on the side of Dave Smith, usually when it comes to being critical of the war, particularly the war in Gaza. I don't know what his opinion is on the war in Iran. It probably.
Speaking of Dave Smith, can somebody explain to me how somebody that's Jewish, like Dave Smith, can be labeled anti-Semitic? I don't even know how it's like. Again, it's like an oxymoron. Like, when Dave speaks, he speaks absolutely nothing about the Jewish religion. He criticizes Netanyahu. He criticizes the Likud party. He criticizes the government of Israel, but he never criticizes the religion of Judaism. I try to do my best to do the same thing. I will not attack somebody for their religious beliefs or their relationship with God or the universe or whatever you want to call it. But my criticism of Israel and the Israeli government, of Netanyahu and the Likud party, are not the same as criticizing somebody that is of the Jewish faith. But that is how they win the PR game. Because if you criticize one, you criticize all. And that is how people like me get labeled an anti-Semite. People like Tucker Carlson get labeled an anti-Semite. Tucker doesn't criticize Jewish people. Tucker criticizes Netanyahu, the Likud party, the government of Israel. That is not the same as attacking somebody's faith or religion or relationship with whatever God they believe in. And it's something that they have done since 1948 to justify taking the land from the Palestinians and giving it to ethnically Jewish people, building the state of Israel. They have weaponized the term anti-Semitic and turned it into an all-encompassing phrase that is, if you attack the government, if you attack Bibi, if you attack the Likud party, if you attack Israel as a nation, you are attacking the Jewish faith. And they do it purposely. So you can get labeled anti-Semitic, regardless of whether or not you are truly criticizing somebody's religion. I will never criticize somebody for their religion. Your relationship with God is your relationship with God. That's your business, and that is something extremely personal to you. But I have every right to criticize the government of Israel, the political party, the Likud party, the prime minister of Israel, these people who are homicidal maniacs, bombing women and children, trying to ethnically cleanse Gaza. Criticizing these people is not anti-Semitic. And it's bullshit that that they are able to weaponize that and use that term against people like me for pointing out true criticisms in what's going on. And they use it to their advantage, and they've been using it to their advantage for fucking 50 years. And it's fucking bullshit.
He sucks. He always sucks in the first, months or year of any war, it seems. But regardless, kudos to him. He's seen the light when it came to the war in Gaza. Maybe he's actually learned his lesson and will not be supportive of the war in Iran. But the trend line that I'm seeing is that Piers Morgan and Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson, actually Candace Owens, if you can believe it, used to be a water carrier for Israel too. All of these people have left the plantation. You've now got Megyn Kelly going hard in the paint. She is absolutely heated and furious over the treatment that she's been receiving, along with Charlie Kirk, all year since the war, since they became even slightly critical of the war. And now even Matt Walsh looks like a potential defector from the Daily Wire umbrella, along with Candace Owens. He is going hard in the paint about this and going really aggro against Lindsey Graham. And I think This is just the trend, okay? It's not, and I personally don't believe that this is about chasing ratings or anything like that, because like Matt Walsh's job is on the line. Let's be honest. He's probably going to get fired by the Daily Wire if he doesn't shut the fuck up about this stuff. So I don't think this is about chasing ratings. I think that just the truth is so obvious and so loud that you cannot maintain an audience if you're just not going to acknowledge it. And the really good thing in this entire dynamic is that it becomes more and more obvious over who is actually interested in the truth at all. Now, I'm not a big fan of like Matt Walsh, for instance, but at least he seems to be towing the line of like, or pushing the envelope, I should say, when it comes to his analysis on this issue. When Lindsey Graham says, I'm not standing with the American isolationists, I'm standing with Israel. Yeah, even Matt Walsh has to say, yo, what is this, dude? What is this? And honestly, if he weren't, well, then you'd know that he's just a total bought and paid for hack. So at least he's somewhat of a real boy, maybe not fully, but at least somewhat. But then on the inverse of that, the really good distillation or the clarifying effect that we get is, let's look at, I don't know, Dave Rubin or Bill Maher or Sam Harris or Ben Shapiro or Mark Levin or, yeah, obviously Lindsey Graham, Ted Cruz. You start to be able to identify very clearly, very, very clearly, who is actually in the employ, it appears, of foreign governments. Israel, obviously. So, yeah, I think that it's now or never. If you are still giving them your time and attention, you're making a huge mistake. These people need to feel it in the only way that appears that they can, which is to shut them off. Shut them off entirely. Do not give them any attention. And if you give them any attention at all, it should be in replying to their bullshit posts on social media and letting them know, hey, this is what you're saying. Here's the truth. You lying, traitor, scumbag. You can end it like that if you want, or just however you feel. Whatever your personal tact is. I'm a little bit more aggressive than most. So I think that's the good news, is that more and more people, like, it's a dividing line. You're either with America and America first and this country, or you're not. And now we know. And the unfortunate reality is that we now know that Trump is not. Trump is not America first. Trump is not with America. I'm not even sure that he concerns himself with America needs, interests whatsoever at this point. And I would love to give you some sort of firm conclusion as to how I see this war playing out, but God only knows. I mean, if you listen to just Trump himself, you get 180-degree messaging in the same day, sometimes in the same speech, depending on which journalist asks him the question. It's impossible to read. So my assessment based off of what I've been watching, though, is that it seems to me that the expectation was Iran was going to collapse. They didn't. They thought that based off of the bombing campaign last summer, that they were probably going to have a tepid response, if any response at all. That didn't turn out to be true. They actually hit them really, really hard. They took out their radar and they took out a bunch of American facilities. I think that totally shocked the Israelis as well as the American military industrial complex. They're totally like spiraling out of control. They had no idea that they were actually going to fire this hard and be able to maintain it as long as they have. The Strait of Hormuz and all of the trading partners throughout the GCC, they're furious with us. I think that they expected that, for instance, I think that the U.S. thought that they could get the Kurds involved on our side. There was actual like planning allegedly that the Kurds from Iraq were going to invade Iran, which would avoid having to put American boots on the ground. The Kurds posted saying, yeah, bro, ain't happening. You guys have already betrayed us in Syria and Iraq for that matter. We are not going to invade Iran. That's a death trap and you know it. So then the U.S. circled back and they're like, all right, maybe we can get some of the GCC folks that are now under the Abraham Accords that are allying with us and basically being bought off on behalf of Israel by us, that maybe we can get the Saudis to go to war with Iran. They've historically been enemies with Iran. They're not playing around. Basically, all of the GCCs are just like, nope, we're not doing this. We're not buying any of the alleged attacks on us from Iran as being a catalyst for us to actually go to war with Iran. So it's just Israel and the U.S. and maybe France and a couple other bullshit NATO countries that might participate. And that ain't enough. As I've been telling you guys since this war began, and I've been telling you for years if you've been paying attention, Iran ain't Iraq. It ain't Afghanistan. You aren't going to be able to just bomb and topple them. This isn't fucking Venezuela. It's not some walk in the park game, okay? You're going to have to put 500,000 troops on the ground if you have a shot of doing a ground invasion that actually takes over. There's zero political will. I don't even think we have the troop capacity to do it. So everything that they have tried has failed. And at this point, I think / hope deeply that they are looking for an exit ramp. I hope. And I mean, the real danger that we risk right now, because as I said, all those other reasons that they can't possibly do a ground invasion right now, the only thing that we have to fear, in my opinion, right now, that's a major, major concern, and we need to be very vigilant about this, is that will the Israelis actually unleash a nuclear weapon in Iran? I think I'm not saying it's likely, but it's a distinct possibility, and it needs to be absolutely loudly, I mean, not even condemned if it happens, because if it happens, it's too late. It needs to be shouted from the rooftops. If you guys choose to go that path, whether it's American nukes or Israeli nukes, I'm guessing it would be Israeli.
Okay, if you're still getting Slack messages asking, how do I do that thing again? I'm about to change your...
I'm going to pause this real quick and talk to you guys for a second. The way this war is shaping out right now, we are pulling interceptor missiles from South Korea, Japan, and Ukraine. We started doing that today. Israel is on a media blackout. They say it's because they don't want Iran to know where interceptor missiles are being launched from. That's a lie. China is feeding Iran real-time targeting data. Iran knows exactly where the interceptor missiles are being launched from. They know exactly where our THAAD platforms are, which is why we're all taken out. And they know where all of the launchers for the Iron Dome are, because they are getting real-time data from the Chinese. The Chinese spy ship is parked in international waters off the Persian Gulf. Israel is not in a media blackout because they want to hide where the interceptors are coming. They are in a media blackout because they do not want the world to see how devastated areas like Haifa and Tel Aviv truly are. Because although Iran has gone down in the amount of ballistic missiles they are using, they do not need to use those ballistic missiles because they are having so much success with their drones. Their drones that cost $30,000 to make compared to our air defense missiles that cost between $1 and $4 million a pop. So, not only is Iran succeeding with the much cheaper option, but it is costing our economy billions of dollars. Billions of dollars. And billions and billions, billions and billions of dollars. Estimated costs conservatively are at $1 billion a day, that we keep this conflict going, that it is costing the American economy. And those are on the conservative side. That is not including the increase to the cost of fuel and the cost of goods and the cost of everything else, because the prices of everything are going up because of this crisis. So, yeah, I saw $20,000 a drone. I saw $50,000 a drone. I haven't been able to truly get an accurate cost on what the Iranian drones truly cost. I do know that they are being mass produced, and anywhere between 500 and 1,000 drones are being made daily. Even if it was on the lower end of, say, 200 to 250 drones a day, that would be enough to drain our interceptor supplies and cause a real problem. And that's what's going to continue to happen. Iran is going to continue to use the drones because our best option to stop those drones are using the interceptor missiles. They are going to continue to drain the supply of those interceptors until there are none left. And Israel is going to go to the Samson option, and they are going to end up dropping a nuke on Iran. The Iron Dome is the anti-missile defense system that Israel has in place that is used to shoot down incoming rockets coming from Hezbollah and the Houthis, and it's a very advanced anti-missile system that Raytheon built. It's basically the most advanced anti-missile system in the world, and they can't target the drones with it successfully because their radar cross sections are so small and so slow that the radars are picking up these drones as birds. So that's why Iran is having so much success with these drones and not shooting off their ballistic missiles. Yes, we have taken out a lot of ballistic missile sites, but Iran is also a country that is surrounded by mountains where a lot of things are built into the mountains where they can just pull a mobile launcher out, shoot off the missiles that they want to shoot off, and then back the truck up back into the mountain, and you can't see it. They are supposedly sitting on a stockpile of up to 100,000 of these Shahed drones, and I think I read anywhere between 50 and 150,000 ballistic missiles. We do not have anywhere near the ammunition or the counter interceptors needed to deal with a conflict where an enemy has that many offensive weapons. We just don't. That's why the USS George Washington, USS George W. Bush has just set sail for the Persian Gulf. Kind of ironic that the George W. Bush is setting sail for the Persian Gulf. But it's going to take them 11 or 12 days to get there. I personally know troops that have been have been called to get their affairs in order. My buddy is in the 101st Airborne. He was told to call his family and get his affairs in order. So troops are going to get deployed, and it's going to be ugly. It's going to get ugly very fast. It's already ugly, but it is going to get much worse. And I am praying for all our men and women in uniform that are over there fighting a war for another country. It's an honorable thing to serve our country. it's an honorable thing to wear the uniform. What our country is doing is not honorable. And I feel bad for our troops that are over there and getting placed in harm's way for a conflict that we have no business being in. It's really sad. I know somebody had asked what the Iron Dome is, so I'm going to pull up a video, and it's about 2 minutes long and explains the Iron Dome and how the
Curl me for that ulcer?
Curl you?
And this will explain why the drones are so successful.
Coverage of the ongoing conflict in Israel has featured recurring images like this: missiles streaming across the sky and exploding midair. These are missiles from Israel's Iron Dome missile defense system, a land-based system that intercepts and destroys short-range rockets and mortars. It has become a bedrock of the country's defense since its introduction in 2011. And in the current round of hostilities, Israel's military said the system has intercepted more than 200 of the more than 1,000 rockets fired towards Israel as of May 12th. Here's how the complex detection and interception system works. The system...
Real quick. System has intercepted 200 of the 1,000 missiles shot since June. So 2 out of 10 is the success rate. And these missiles cost about $1 million a piece.
The system is powered by missile defense batteries, each containing 3 main components. These batteries can defend across short-range rocket and mortar attacks within almost 45 miles of the battery. They are also mobile, so they can be moved to where they are needed. First, a radar unit detects an incoming rocket and relays information about its speed and trajectory to the battery's control center. The control center's computers calculate if the rocket is going to hit populated areas. If it is, a missile is fired from the launcher. Each launcher contains 20 interceptor missiles. Each receives constant guidance updates from the control center and its internal radar. The missile destroys the incoming rocket by exploding near it. The goal is to do this far away from populated areas, minimizing damage on the ground. The defense system has intercepted over 2,400 rockets bound for civilian areas since its launch in 2011, according to an Israeli military spokesperson. During a conflict in 2012, the Iron Dome knocked down 421 rockets launched from Gaza and bound for Israeli cities before a November ceasefire. And during the 2014 war in Gaza, it intercepted 700 rockets fired by Islamist movement Hamas, a 90% success rate that effectively blunted the Palestinian group's aerial threat. The United States has provided hundreds of millions of dollars in funding for the system, and has also bought and is testing 2 Iron Dome batteries of its own. And Israel has expanded the defense system by installing missile batteries on ships, and the system is in the midst of being upgraded to combat the threat posed by unmanned drones. As the current conflict continues, so will the use of the Iron Dome.
So that is the Iron Dome and how it works. Let me jump back on YouTube real quick and see if there are any other... Oh, this looks good. This looks good. I got something for us to watch. Here we go. Hold on. Somebody said Jimmy Dore earlier in the chat. I don't remember who it was. But we're going to watch some Jimmy Dore.
Riverside.
And this is going to get good.
Thanks, Jimmy.
so much already. Trump's return to power and the U.S.-Iran conflict and the U.S. losing that war based on historical patterns and game theory. Welcome to the show, Professor Jiang. Thank you for showing up. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Jimmy. I'm a huge fan of your show. I've been watching for like 5-6 years now.
Wow, I'm very flattered. That makes me feel good. I'm completely enthralled with your videos and explanations of what's happening with the Iran war. It's really kind of mind-blowing. I've learned so much already in the short time just watching you. And could you just give us a update now? Here we are, March 10th, Tuesday. Where do you see with the state of affairs?
Right. So I made a prediction that the United States would start a war with Iran in order to maintain empire. And that's exactly what's happening. Right now, America is an empire in decline. And we can tell because 5% of white American girls in their 20s are on OnlyFans. Young people are broke. They try to make money on by gambling in cryptocurrency. There's massive inequality in China. There's massive inequality in America. Congress is deadlocked. Politicians no longer represent the best interests of the people. America has become an oligarchy. The US dollar has debased in value. And so these are all the signs of an empire in decline. Another sign is an empire lashes out against the world. So the empire engages in these silly, pointless wars in order to maintain hegemony through force and violence. And we saw that most clearly, most vividly in January when Delta Force went in to kidnap Maduro, a sovereign president of a sovereign nation, and that goes against international law. And now what we're seeing in Iran is the same situation where America is desperate. It's trying to save the petrodollar. And to do that, they're trying to knock out Iran and impose a government that's much more friendly to the interests of American empire. And that's what's happening today.
I mean, but how this seems to be destroying the petrodollar. Am I wrong? What am I missing, Ed? How did they miscalculate this in such a way to not see that exactly what is happening would happen, that Iran would knock out their military bases in the GCC states and it's all over then? So now they have closed the Strait of Hormuz. So isn't this actually, did they not realize that they would close the Strait of Hormuz? Did they not realize this would probably kill the petrodollar and even crash our own economy? What do you say to that?
Well, so the major sign of an empire decline is hubris. When an empire was capable of self-reflection, when an empire recognized the strategic capabilities of its adversaries, an empire would not decline. Because an empire would engage in innovation, would engage in the self-reflection that was necessary to maintain the empire. So the issue was the 2003 Iraq War, when America, in about 2 weeks' time, was able to steamroll the Iraqis and overthrow Saddam Hussein. But people forget that by 2003, Iraq was a depleted, degraded nation. It did not have air defense. And so it could not protect itself from American attacks. And, when Saddam Hussein was advised by his generals to develop air defense, his response was, there's absolutely no point. We can't defeat the Americans. So the Americans are silly enough to come attack us. Let them. But I don't think they will, because if they knock us out, then Iran becomes the regional superpower. And so they wouldn't do that. But obviously they did do that. And now, that allowed Iran to become the regional superpower of that region. So it's really hubris. You overestimate your own strengths and you have contempt for your enemies. And that's why we are in this situation. Donald Trump really believed that Iran would be another iteration of Venezuela, where they would go in, decapitate the regime, kill the Ayatollah, and there'll be a new president, a new Ayatollah, who'll be amenable to negotiating with the Americans, and then he would have great television for the next week. And they could not possibly anticipate that the Iranians would be resilient, that they would be so resolved, that the people would be so unified, and now they are in a world of hurt. And Donald Trump himself, in the press conference, said that, look, I was given bad advice. He names Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, and Peter Hegseth, and saying that they told me that this would be quick and easy, and that's why I did this.
So that, do you, again, how could even amateurs like Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, when it comes to foreign how could they not see this coming? Right? I'm not overreacting that this is this threaten the petrodollar, or do you think this will end the petrodollar?
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44. Guys.
Well, it's really a question of what your interests are, right? So we're assuming that they all want to defend the American empire. But let's assume that for whatever reason, they want to end the American empire. They want to cause this disastrous war in the Middle East. America is so embarrassed that it must retreat back into the Western Hemisphere. What would happen? Well, Israel would become the dominant power in the Middle East, and they would achieve something called the Greater Israel Project. And Naftali Bennett, who is the former Prime Minister of Israel, and who was expected to become the next Prime Minister of Israel once Netanyahu leaves the world stage, he said that Turkey is new Iran. So this tells you that the Israelis are thinking far ahead, that after this war in Iran is over, they'll still go after Turkey. Why? Because in the Greater Israel Project, which is what they believe that God promised their ancestor Abraham, they will have control from all the Middle East, from the Nile to the Euphrates. That includes Iraq, that includes Turkey, that includes parts of Saudi Arabia, that includes parts of Egypt. So it's really a question of what.
Oh, no good. You know what? You froze.
Right? We're on the first day. They bombed a school, a girls' school in the south of Iran, and they killed about 170 schoolgirls. And now there's credible evidence that it was actually an American Tomahawk missile that killed these schoolgirls. The Americans have struck a desalination plant in Iran. Oil depots that are being used to provide fuel for civilian purposes were struck by the Israelis. And now if you go to Tehran, the capital, it's basically the apocalypse. It's just a black sky. And so if you're intent on helping the Iranians achieve democracy, you wouldn't be doing this. So I think that you're absolutely right in that they're trying to degrade Iran's capacity to be a nation state. And they're trying to balkanize the country and have divide and rule.
And do you think there'll be? I mean, so when they attack things like the water desalination plants or their oil reserves, doesn't that have the opposite effect? Doesn't that make it less likely that strategy will work of dividing the country, or no? Am I wrong?
Right. So in theory, in a war of attrition, you don't want to do that because you want to turn the people against the government. So when you destroy critical civilian infrastructure, it has the opposite effect. But we assume it's a war of attrition, but it could also be a war of destruction where they're trying to destroy everything, in which case it doesn't matter if the civilian population supports the government because everything is destroyed. So right now, Iran is suffering under a lot of environmental pressure. So if you destroy water infrastructure, dams, reservoirs, desalination plants, then the people of Iran, 92 million people, would be forced to immigrate elsewhere. They would be forced to flee to Europe, basically, and that may be the end goal. Now, I know this is terrible to think about, but it does explain why they're doing what they're doing. We assume that they're interested in regime change, and they've articulated that their goal is regime change. But it's entirely possible their goal is just to destroy Iran as a civilization.
And so let me ask you quickly, did is this playing out the way you thought it would play out? And has anything surprised you that has happened or hasn't happened?
This is not turning out the way I thought it would turn out. Because if you go back to the 2003 Iraq War, even though they were intent on regime change, they still went through the bureaucratic protocol process of trying to win public support, of providing evidence of weapons of mass destruction. Colin Powell made a point of going to the United Nations and making a case in front of the Security Council. And so they respected the Constitution, they respected the international rules-based order, they respected the opinions of the American people. None of this is true in this instance. The vast majority of American people were against this war to begin with, and they're still opposed to this war. There's already rumors of America using ground troops. So it seems as though this government, this Trump government, they have a script in place, and they just want to achieve this script regardless of the consequences, regardless of the political pushback. And that's what's surprising. So a theory is that this is not really a political war. It's an eschatological war. And we know, and we can suspect this because there's been complaints about this American commander who told his soldiers to be not afraid of this war because this is a war willed by God. This is all part of God's divine plan. And Donald Trump is just a tool, a mechanism in order for God to achieve the end of the world, to bring back Jesus and usher in the Messianic age. And we just look at how the Israelis are behaving. If we just look at how these Christian Zionists are behaving, how Peter Hegseth is behaving, that is perhaps the ultimate purpose of this war in Iran.
So you think that the ultimate purpose for people like Pete Hegseth and let's say Benjamin Netanyahu, do you think the ultimate purpose is the end of the world? So is that really what you're saying? Did I hear that right?
Yes, unfortunately, I am forced to come to this conclusion just based on how the war is being conducted at this point. Because again, from a military political perspective, it doesn't make any sense. The Donald Trump has absolutely made no effort to present credible evidence that Iran is a threat to the American people. In January, he talked about how the government in Iran was killing protesters. And that might have been a legitimate reason, but we never heard anything about this again. During the State of the Union address, he said that he will never allow Iran to achieve a nuclear weapon. And both the Democrats and the Republicans applauded this. But now he doesn't talk about that as well. So it's very confusing as to what he wants. But so we're just forced to assume that maybe there's a deeper, more evil, more insane plan going on. And the Christian Zionists are very powerful people in America. And so what they want to do is this. They want to force a regional conflagration in the Middle East that will draw in the world. When Iran is destroyed, Israel will become the Greater Israel Project and will achieve the Pax Judaica. This will allow certain things to happen. For example, they will be able to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which is the third holiest site in the Islamic world, and build Solomon's Temple, rebuild Solomon's Temple, the third temple. Then they will bring the Jews back from the diaspora. So all the Jews in the diaspora, in America, in Britain, will come back. And you're like, well, they're very wealthy, they're very, very well established. It doesn't matter because they have mechanisms to force them to come back because of the growing anti-Semitism in America and around the world right now. A lot of the anti-Semitism you find online, it's actually being manufactured. And there are a lot of false flags, right? So for example, the most blatant example is Australia, Bondi Beach. But you will see more examples of false flags against Jews in order to scare the Jewish diaspora to return to Jerusalem. And this is very important if they are to achieve their end times prophecy. And once the Jews are able to build the Greater Israel Project, once they achieve the third temple, and once the Jewish diaspora return to Jerusalem, then this will initiate something called the War of Gog and Magog, where the entire world attacks and marches against Jerusalem. And people can speculate as to what the War of Gog and Magog will be about. But if you just look at what these Christian Zionists are saying online, they believe that Gog and Magog are Russia and Persia, right? A combination of the Orthodox world and the Islamic world will march against Pax Judaica. And at the worst of times, when all hope seems lost, that's when God will intervene to save his chosen people, the Jews. And that means the return of Jesus and the coming of the Messianic age. According to Christian Zionists, the moment that Jesus returns, there'll be the rapture, where they'll all ascend to heaven before the final battle commences. And so what they're really trying to do is they're trying to accelerate the end times to force God's hand and usher in the Messianic age. And they believe that that's the true test of your faith. How willing are you act? How willing are you willing to act in order to achieve God's divine plan?
So I've been told most of my life that the religious nuts, zealots, and suicide bombers are Muslims, and they don't respect life, and they want to kill everybody, and you too. And but it seems to me that this has really been a propaganda from the Zionists and Israel to get Christians and Muslims fighting each other, so that exactly what could happen is that Israel could take over the Middle East and get the United States out of there. So it seems obvious. So like I always say, I'm a C student, so if I can figure this out, I know they know this stuff. So how does the United States not know that Israel really wants them out of there? How do they not know that Israel really wants us fighting their wars with Muslims, and that they're really not our enemy, because they weren't? How does this, again, like if I know this, how do they not know it? And why would Donald Trump and everybody right now who's in charge of things, who's people who are above Donald Trump, why would they allow us to be kicked out of the Middle East like that and give it over to Israel?
Right. So I think the main reason is that these religious fanatics have spent centuries planting the seeds, embedding themselves into power, so that they would control all levels of power in the Western world. So let me give you an example of this. It's always been assumed that Jeffrey Epstein was a Mossad agent responsible for a honeypot operation on his island. Bill Gates, Bill Clinton would go and he would film them in compromising positions, and then he would blackmail them. But if you actually read the Epstein emails, what you would recognize is that he wasn't actually doing blackmail. In fact, these very famous, powerful people like Bill Gates, Elon Musk, they were trying to become his friend. Bill Gates was asked, why were you hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein? And Bill Gates' response was, well, I was trying to get money from him for my foundation. And that sounds kind of weird. Like, you're the richest man in the world. Why are you begging Jeffrey Epstein for money? And the answer is that because Jeffrey Epstein was an operative for a very powerful organization. The emails don't tell us what the organization is, but look, he was involved in Libya. He was involved in the great financial crisis. He seemed to have a pulse of all geopolitical events. And he said that, you know what, if we can anticipate geopolitical events, we can make a lot of money. But that can also mean that if we can manipulate geopolitical events, we can make a lot of money. There are rumors that he was somehow involved in 9/11 as well, because we only have access to at most 50% of his emails. Then you ask yourself, what organization would he represent? And the closest speculation, okay, and again, this is speculation, is the possibility that he was a representative, a political operative of the Chabad Lubavitch, which Tucker Carlson mentioned in a monologue a few days ago. Chabad Lubavitch has been around for a couple of centuries, and they are Messianic Jews who want to usher in the end times. And another piece of evidence to suggest that Chabad Lubavitch is very powerful is that Jared Kushner, the son-in-law of Donald Trump, he is a Shabbat Lubavitch family. His entire family is part of this movement based in Brooklyn. And what is Jared Kushner doing now? Well, he and Steve Witkoff are Trump's envoys to peace in Ukraine, right? Then they went to Russia to negotiate peace with Putin. Then they went to Ukraine to negotiate peace with Zelensky. They're very close to Netanyahu. And during these Iran negotiations, they were Trump's peace envoys. But during the negotiations, Steve Witkoff went on TV and said that he suspects the Iranians are a couple of weeks away from weapons-grade uranium enrichment, which for him is to say that the Iranians are negotiating in bad faith. So he wasn't looking to reach an agreement with the Iranians. He was looking to sabotage, torpedo negotiations. And so is it possible that Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, they are trying to manipulate geopolitical events in a certain way that achieves their eschatology, that they are operatives of religious individuals, and there's a script in place, and they're just the actors in this script. So the Shabbat Lubavitch movement is something that we can look at. Also, the Freemasons, right? Because the Freemasons are the ones who control the national security apparatus in America. And a third of US presidents have been Freemasons. The most famous Freemason, of course, was Harry S. Truman. He was a 33rd degree Freemason, the highest level Freemason. He was the 33rd president of the United States. And he was the one who ordered the dropping of nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which sit on the 33rd latitude. So are all these coincidence? I'm not really sure, okay? But it seems as though there are very powerful people who are extremely religious, and they believe that they've uncovered God's plan. And they are patiently, methodically embedding themselves into power so that they can achieve their eschatology. And they feel as though this is the moment. This is the moment we've been waiting for 500 years. And another 5-10 years, and we will achieve our plan. And that's why we see so much anxiety in the world. That's why we see so much desperation in the world right now.
Welcome to the Undertone Podcast.
From the studio that brought you Talk to Me.
Guys, if you are new to the channel, please like, share, subscribe, drop a comment. Let me know where you're from. Let me know what you think about the conflict going on in the Middle East. I am caught up doing something now, so that's why I've been kind of quiet. But if you guys could, yeah, man, if you guys could just drop a like and a comment and subscribe, that would be absolutely huge to me. I would really greatly appreciate it. I'm gonna go back to the video for a few minutes and then I'll jump back in.
And so can you, what is so if Kushner and Witkoff are negotiating with Russia and Ukraine and also with Iran and Israel in the Middle East, and they are part of this Shabbat Lubavitch, which wants to bring about the end times, tell me the connection then between Russia and Ukraine and what's happening right now with the Israel, United States, and Iran.
Okay, so again, this is speculation. But one possible connection is this. The war in Ukraine was started in order to initiate World War III, in order to compel force an American response, right? Because if the war in Ukraine is successful, then Russia would control 1/3 of the world's carbohydrates and much of the world's energy resources. Another thing that's very important is that the war in Ukraine would severely damage the European economy. And you could argue from a conspiratorial perspective that was intentional. Why? Because in the Shabbat Lubavitch eschatology, Europe is a great enemy. Why? Because if we go back 2,000 years, the Jews and the Romans were great adversaries. And so the Romans need to be destroyed. They need to be avenged because it was the Romans who destroyed the Second Temple. And who are the heirs and the ancestors? the descendants of the Romans, Western Europe, right? So you see this massive influx of Islamic refugees into Western Europe. That's causing a lot of social disunity, a lot of social conflict. And you ask yourself, were they really that silly as to not know that these millions and millions of Muslim immigrants would destroy their social fabric? Okay, so again, this is all speculation, all right? But that's a connection between Ukraine and this eschatology. Now, because of this war in Ukraine, the Americans are forced to respond by invading Iran. There's another connection in that Turkey
So wait, are you? Can I just stop? Are you saying that part of the calculation for the United States to attack Iran was the fact that Russia is winning the war in Ukraine? That was those are connected?
Right. So let me explain. For 200 years, the Anglo-American Empire had a very basic understanding of the world. The Anglo-American Empire is low population, the rest of the world is high population. So how do you maintain your empire throughout the entire world? Well, you do so by controlling sea lanes for trade purposes. But what this means is that you can never allow a power to emerge in Eurasia that could unify the Eurasian continent and create a trade bloc that is continental, and which can negate Anglo-American sea power. Okay, this is called the Mackinder thesis. And so people believe that's why America entered World War I and World War II, because the great fear is that Germany could unify Eurasia and create this continental trade bloc. And so Anglo-American Empire is heavily invested in creating as much disunity, chaos, and conflict as much as possible in Europe and in Asia. So if Russia is able to conquer Ukraine and Russia is able to control carbohydrates and energy and resources, then what Russia can do is then have a trade bloc agreement with Iran and China. And that would create this Eurasian heartland that would negate American sea power and basically cause the US dollar to collapse in value. And this $40 trillion debt that America has would just blow up in the face of America, leading to widespread depression and unrest. So the argument is that America invaded Iran in order to make sure that this massive trade bloc between Russia, Iran, and China could not emerge. And that's a very rather, and that's why they had to go in and start this war.
Sora 2 video generation is not available in our region.
It is if you're on Artlist.
Huh?
What?
Sora 2 is now on Artlist. The most advanced AI video model is now available in every region. No invite code needed. Get incredible realism with fully integrated sound.
You keep the frame, I keep the story.
Build your own world with multi-shot stories and character consistency for any genre, all based on your prompt.
By the prompt, we rise!
So go to Artlist and start creating without limits.
So okay, that's still so. But so how does then Venezuela? So do you think Venezuela was because? So how does Venezuela fit into this?
Yeah, great question. Okay, so so Trump is not actually interested in this eschatology.
Venezuela fits into this because we needed to be able to access the oil from Venezuela prior to invading Iran. We knew that the oil prices were going to skyrocket, and we needed to secure oil reserves to try to keep the oil prices from going through the roof. That was the main goal of capturing Maduro and installing a puppet president or government leader or whatever you want to call her. That was the sole purpose of Venezuela. Had nothing to do with trafficking drugs, had nothing to do with anything that the Trump administration said it had anything to do with. It had to do with oil and having oil reserves that could be used to add supply to counterbalance whatever may have been cut off from this conflict with Iran.
He himself has a different understanding of the world, which is America first. But America first doesn't mean you end empire. America first just means you change the nature and structure of the empire. So America first means we don't want to involve ourselves in the Middle East anymore. Let's just stick to the Western Hemisphere, the Monroe Doctrine or the Donroe Doctrine, and have control over the resources of the Western Hemisphere. And then we no longer have to deal with the rest of the world. We no longer have to fight these sandbox wars. So and that's why Trump is threatening Greenland, Canada, Mexico, Colombia, Cuba. I mean, it's all part of his larger vision. Venezuela was almost like a trap where maybe these foreign policy hawks, neocons, convinced him to go into Venezuela, and it would be a quick and easy win, and it was. And because it was such a quick and easy win, that made Trump too arrogant. It gave him hubris and believed that, you know what, the American military, Delta Force, they're invincible. So if I can do that in Venezuela, I can do that in Iran as well. So that's why they had to do Venezuela first, to convince Trump that Iran was doable. Another reason why they did Venezuela is at the end of the month, Trump will visit China. And what Trump wants to do is negotiate a grand bargain with China to maintain the current world order where America is at the top. And so what Trump needs to do is basically economically strangle China in order to force China to concede to American demands. Basically, what America wants is for China to save the US dollar as the world's reserve currency. And you do that if China uses its excess household savings to continue to buy US dollars, which is a Ponzi scheme.
So what is the leverage that Donald Trump has over China to get them to go? So is he going to now substitute Venezuelan oil for Iranian oil? What is his leverage? I don't.
Yep.
Right. So before, China was getting its oil from a variety of places. The reality is that China is dependent on oil exports to fuel its manufacturing economy. It imports about 75% of oil. And it was only getting about 1% of its oil from Venezuela. It's getting it's getting about 40% of its oil from the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, so not just Iran, but the entire GCC area, Qatar as well. Now you've cut off a major supply network for the Chinese. Now the thing is, the Chinese are pragmatic. So what Trump will say to the Chinese is, you know, I'm sorry about this war in the Middle East. I'm sorry you've lost your oil, but America can sell you oil. The Western Hemisphere, Canada, America, Mexico can sell you oil. How about that? And in this instance, it's almost a fait accompli where China is forced to say yes, because again, China is pragmatic. China is a nation of business people.
Now, if you're a local business owner, listen up, because I'm going to show you how to rank #1 on Google Maps.
And so you think they'll go, okay, well, do whatever you want with Iran, and we'll buy your oil instead? You think that's what they'll do?
Well, again, the Chinese are pragmatic and strategic. So yes, they will agree to this deal, but they will also continue to support Iran with the hope that Iran wins this war and then is able to control the Middle East and therefore supply China with oil. Okay, so another way of saying this is that, you know, China could, in theory, get most of its oil supply from Russia, which is an ally. The problem with that is that you set yourself up for long-term risk. Russia could choose to up the price of its oil. So something could happen to Russia, which would disrupt oil supply. Pipelines can be blown up, right? So the Chinese are pragmatic. They want to have multiple trade partners. And they are not ideological. They're perfectly happy to trade with the Iranians, with the Americans, with the Chinese, whoever gives them the best price. And so for their national strategic interest, it's very important to have multiple trade partners and multiple sources of resources.
So do you think this was part of the calculation for Donald Trump to attack Iran? Was that to get the upper hand on China in a way, and that we could then start controlling their oil supply?
I think Donald Trump doesn't think geopolitically. I don't think he thinks strategically. He thinks in terms of television. There are advisors who believe this, but Donald Trump is just interested in good TV. And Venezuela made great TV that distracted people from the Epstein files. So his advisors were like, Iran will make even better TV when we go decapitate the Ayatollah, and when the Iranians cheer on the streets for regime change, when they shout your name in the streets of Tehran. That's what he was probably told, and he believed it.
And so he's getting a big surprise. It's the old story of we're going to be greeted as liberators, and then now a week into it, he realizes that's not going to happen, and so he's been saying that he wants that the war is basically over. And do you think that that's him trying to? Do you think he's realized that there is no winning this war, and that if he continues it, it will crash our economy, and so he's looking for an off ramp right now? Or is he not doing that, and is he going to put in ground troops?
So I think Trump has dissociative personality disorder in that he's living in his own world. In this world, it's very nice, it's very pretty, and what he's interested in is capturing the attention of the world, and that's why he's saying what he's saying. But at the end of the day, he is bounded by geopolitical reality, and because America is already committed to this war, they have to win it now for the idea of credibility. So go back to Vietnam, right? By 1966, the Pentagon experts have already concluded that the war was not winnable, that this war was lost, but they still continue to fight this war because of credibility, because an empire is a force that imposes its reality on other people, and it creates the aura of invincibility and inevitability. And if people recognize that these jungle gorillas could defeat the American empire, then all credibility would be lost. Soviet Union would laugh in the face of America, and therefore they continue this war, even though the war was not winnable. We will see a similar calculus in Iran, where even though the American general staff have come to recognition that this war is not winnable, they will continue to fight this war in order to maintain faith, credibility. Another phrase that is commonly used is sunk cost fallacy, where you go in the casino, you lose $1 million, and you can't leave anymore because you're determined to win back that $1 million. And America has invested too much in this war already, billions and billions of dollars in interceptors, and America right now has about 150 casualties. So it's too heavy of an investment. Also, if America were to strategically retreat, Iran would win. Why? Because Iran would have control of the Strait of Hormuz, and therefore it could impose levies on the GCC. And now Iran would have the financing in order to become a superpower, which would challenge the Great Israel Project. And so America could not countenance that possibility.
So where do you see? I mean, it seems to me that this is going to be way worse for the United States than Iraq, Libya, and Syria combined, and Afghanistan. This is going to be way worse for the whole entire world, right? This looks like a legit world war, because it has worldwide implications for sure, and with the biggest superpowers being the United States, Russia, and China, and Japan. So where do you see this going? I mean, like, so do you think Donald Trump is going to try to stop it as fast as possible, or do you think he's going to listen to Israel and keep it going until we're all destroyed?
Yeah. So unfortunately, once a war starts, it achieves its own momentum. And even if Donald Trump personally want to stop this war, and I think he does, the military won't let him do so. And the same thing happened in Vietnam. This war is going to continue to accelerate. And eventually, you will see the deployment of ground forces and even the introduction of a national draft. In fact, Donald Trump is already talking about the possibility of a draft. There's a plan to deploy National Guard throughout the United States by April. And you would do that because you anticipate that young people don't want to go to war. And I think they're right. So I think there is a plan in place to force a draft onto the American nation. What people don't recognize is that, as you point out, this is World War III, and this is global. And the world will never be the same again after this. The question is, how bad will it get? And I think that what's happening is a controlled demolition of the global order, which really benefit America. So I think that over the next 5 to 10 years, there'll be 3 major trends that we can anticipate, okay? The first major trend is deindustrialization. Why? Because the entire global economy is based on access to cheap oil from the GCC, right? Not only is energy based on cheap oil, but also we have to remember that fertilizers, plastic products, the entire...
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside. First, go to Riverside and open an account. When you're ready to...
or you starve as a nation, okay? So deindustrialization will be a major trend in the near future. That's number one. Number two is remilitarization. And the reason why is that once this war starts, you have to be able to protect your trade routes, okay? So one of the major nations that is suffering heavily from this war in the Middle East is Japan, because Japan depends on 75% of its oil supply from the Strait of Hormuz. And the Prime Minister Takayashi has told her cabinet that in 7-8 months, we're going to run out of oil, guys. Okay, so Japan needs to figure out how to use its military to control supply networks, how to create trade access. And so what you will see in the next 5 to 10 years is the massive remilitarization of nation states. Okay, and the third major trend is something called mercantilism. Mercantilism is basically just self-sufficient economies. Before, so we're now used to a global economy where you can buy avocados from Chile, where you can buy vodka from Russia any day, any time of the year. But that's not really sustainable. And so in the future, there'll be regional trade blocks that are controlled by a local hegemon. So basically, we are witnessing the shattering of the old global order and the emergence of a much more splintered multipolar system.
So you're saying that they're going to depopulate metropolitan areas and people will be going back in to live on farms? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, thank you. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. They have absolutely no choice in the matter because, again, urban centers are dependent on globalization and access to cheap energy and cheap food. Once global trade stops and once access to cheap energy goes away, then you are forced to grow your own food supply. Urban centers don't do that. Rural centers do that, right? So you need to shift the population from urban areas to rural areas if you want to sustain yourself as a nation.
So has it seems like, I mean, so many people warned against doing this. This is probably why, Joe Biden and Barack Obama didn't do this, was because they knew what the consequences were going to be. And so has the United States already lost this war and Donald Trump just doesn't know it, or does he know it?
Yeah, so I think this war is unwinnable. And the moment that you go into Iran and start this war, the moment that Iran closes the Strait of Hormuz and commits to total war, then this war is lost. So Donald Trump is interesting because if you go back to his first term, there are clear indications that he would eventually start this war. Okay, So remember, in his first term, he was doing things that were extremely controversial, in which no American president ever did before, because they thought it would be not in the best interest of America. So things he did was he moved the American embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. He assassinated General Qasem Soleimani, who was the Iranian Middle East envoy, and who was working actually with Americans to contain ISIS, the threat of ISIS in Iraq. And then there were the Abraham Accords, which brought together Saudi Arabia and Israel. And so he was doing all these things that, from an American foreign policy perspective, was actually going to destabilize the Middle East in the long term, because it would bring the conflict, Israel and Iran. Jared Kushner was basically Trump's de facto Middle East envoy. He was flying around the region and having private negotiations with the Saudis, with basically everyone. So there was a real danger that, given Trump's actions in the first term, he would eventually launch a war against Iran. The Israelis in the first term really thought that Trump was Cyrus the Great, which is the Messiah, right? The Persian Messiah that is celebrated in the Bible. And that might have gone into Trump's head, because if you go to Mar-a-Lago, there's actually a replica of the Ark of the Covenant in Mar-a-Lago. If you look at 2024, his biggest supporters were actually pro-Israel people. So the most famous, of course, is Miriam Adelson, who gave him $100 million. A few months ago, they had dinner at the White House, and Miriam Adelson said that she hopes that he runs for a third term, and if he does run for a third term, then she will commit $250 million to ensure his reelection. So it seemed as though, from the very beginning, because Jared Kushner, who was very close again with Chabad Lubavitch and with Netanyahu, in fact, Netanyahu stayed at Jared Kushner's child bedroom when he visited New Jersey. There's just clear signs that Israel has control over Trump, and Trump himself doesn't really think that long term. So it seems as though Trump is being manipulated into the situation, and he doesn't really appreciate the consequences because he doesn't think, ahead.
And so how far away, what are the chances of nuclear weapons happening? Now, I know Iran doesn't have them, but Israel does, and Israel also has the Samson option, which do you think the Samson option is if they feel like they're at an existential threat of being annihilated as a state, that they will then nuke all the other big states or countries in the world and bring about the end times? Is that what the Samson option is? And do you think that there will be nuclear weapons used in this conflict?
Right. So the Samson option is only used if the state of Israel is threatened. And right now, the state of Israel is not threatened. In fact, okay, and I know this is going to sound really weird, but the Iranians are doing the Israelis a favor by bombarding Tel Aviv, right? So let me explain why. There are two centers of gravity in the state of Israel. There's Tel Aviv, which is the open, cosmopolitan, democratic Israel. It's the Ashkenazi Israel. It's the European Israel. Then you have Jerusalem, which is the conservative religious theocracy, right? So there's almost like a power struggle in Israel to determine the soul of the nation. And because the Iranians are bombarding Tel Aviv and not Jerusalem, this is forcing the Ashkenazi Jews, the European Jews, the liberal, democratic, cosmopolitan Jews to leave for Europe, which now makes Jerusalem the center of gravity in the state of Israel. So these religious fanatics in Israel believe that this war is actually good because it will make Israel much more theocratic. It will abandon its facade of Western democracy and just embrace its theocracy. And these religious Jews believe that that is what God wants. So I don't want to go too much into the theology. What they believe is that what they're trying to achieve the kingdom of David. Okay, and what does that mean? David had the best relationship with God because David was humble. David prayed to God every single day. And why David did that is because he suffered tremendous tragedy. He married Bathsheba, but Bathsheba already had a husband named Uriah the Hittite. So David had him assassinated. And that's a great crime against God. And then God punished David by killing David's son with Bathsheba. And that forced David to look into himself and recognize his own limitations and recognize the supremacy of God. So he redeemed himself, redemption, right? And that's what these religious extremists in Israel want to do. They want to create this war that shatters the illusion of Israel as a modern-day democracy and force the Israeli Jews to redeem themselves in the eyes of God, to submit themselves fully to the power and embrace of God. And so another saying this is that the people in charge of Israel have mapped this out, and it's going according to their plan.
I'll be right up to tuck you in.
Okay. Leah has insuranoia. She's gone to great lengths to protect her home, so she never has to deal with her insurance. She should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders.
Mom, where's Dad?
Uh-oh.
Wow. So I mean, so who do you think? What do you think is going to be? How do you see this ending for the United States, Israel, Iran, and the Gulf states? I mean, even China and Russia. How do you see this ending?
Right. So again, there's an eschatological script in place, and we just assume the eschatological script is accurate. Okay, then certain things will happen. Okay, what will happen is this: America will launch a ground invasion of Iran, and to do that, they need a national draft. America may spend 5-10 years in Iran, and they will lose this war because America doesn't have the political will, the manufacturing capacity, the resilience to fight this war. This war, because of national draft, will ignite a civil war in the United States, right? So America is forced to retreat from the Middle East, close down all its bases, and America will be embroiled in a civil war for the next 5 to 10 years. Low intensity civil war, but a civil war nonetheless, which makes America incapable.
What would it look like?
Well, there are two movies that have come out in the past year that sort of tell us how it would look like. You know, one battle after another in civil war, right? So basically, the entire nation splinters into enclaves that fight each other. It's low intensity. You won't have armies march against each other, but it'll be impossible to govern a nation. You'll have sieges of New York City, of Boston. You'll have massive sectarian warfare between the left and the right. Minnesota, what happened in Minnesota in January is basically an appetizer. It'll be very complicated, but there'll be a lot of sectarian violence in America, which then forces America out of the world. America is forced to retreat back into the Western Hemisphere. Okay, so that's America. Once Iran and America are destroyed, the GCC is also destroyed in this war as well, because people don't appreciate how vulnerable the GCC is. GCC imports 89% of its food. It's a desert, so it needs to import food from other places. The desalination plants provide 60% of its water because it doesn't have organic fresh water supplies. And its knowledge workers are imported from the rest of the world. So if the Strait of Hormuz is closed, if their economies collapse, then their nations collapse as well. Okay, so the GCC, it is done. They're gone. They will wither back into the desert. So that's the GCC. Iran will be destroyed as a nation state. It will suffer from a lot of issues, like such as water scarcity, and a lot of Iranians will die in this war. So they will need time to build back. But in the long term, Iran will come back because this is Persia, and they have 3,000 years of civilization. And so these are really resilient and creative people. This war will enable Russia to complete its major military objective in Ukraine, which is the capture of Odessa. Okay, so imagine a year from now, a month from now, who knows? Okay, but America sends in ground troops into Iran. That means that America is now completely focused on Iran. That allows Russia to march against Odessa. The Europeans have to come in to reinforce Odessa. But the Europeans don't have the political will, they don't have the number of soldiers, they don't have the manufacturing capacity to fight this war. So this will cause civil conflict in Europe as well, which will lead to regime change in Germany, in Britain, in France. So Europe implodes and Russia now controls Ukraine. According to this eschatology, this is really interesting. At this point, Russia and Israel will work together to divide up Turkey. The reason why is that southern Turkey is part of the Greater Israel Project, okay? So Israel wants the south of Turkey, Anatolia. For the Russians, there's something called the Third Rome Prophecy, which is to say that Moscow will become the third Rome and rule over the Orthodox world. To do that, what they need to do, according to this eschatology, is return the Greeks to Constantinople, which is Istanbul. So in other words, perhaps Russia and Israel already have a deal in place to split up Turkey in the long term. Okay?
Let's go hear from more citizens of the Lord. I love my lawn. I love the way it looks. So what do you do to keep this so lush? After winter, you put down a crabgrass preventer.
We
hate crabgrass.
Prevent crabgrass. 30 of you guys in here. If you guys can like and subscribe, comment down below where you're from, whether you agree, disagree, whether you think we should be in Iran, shouldn't be in Iran, whatever. I'm sorry I've gotten kind of quiet and disengaged from the group, or from the stream, dealing with some work drama. I gotta be in work in a couple hours. I gotta be at work at 3:30. It's an hour drive, so I need to leave at 2:30. It's 12:45 now. So I need to get some kind of sleep. So I'm gonna cut the stream to an end. Andrew, I will accept your friend request. I appreciate you guys. Have a good night. I will be back on tomorrow at some point.